target. Ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. That not ready. I can't do that yet. Not enough rage.
Work complete.
It is too far away. Not ready yet. Need more rage. Ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. Not ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. That ability isn't ready. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. ready yet. Not enough rage. Not ready. Ability isn't ready yet. Not ready. Ability isn't ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet. More rage. need to get closer. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. I'm out of range. Isn't ready yet. Ability isn't ready. Not ready yet. I can't do that. Ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. Can't do that. Ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. Ability isn't ready yet. Need Ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that. Ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. I need to get closer. Not ready yet. That ability isn't not ready yet. It is too far away. I can't do that. I can't carry anymore. I'm out of range. I can't do that. Isn't ready yet. need to get closer. That ability isn't Inventory is full. It is too far away. Not ready yet. I can't do that. I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full. Not ready. Can't do that yet. Can't carry anymore. I can't do that yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Not ready. I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full. I can't carry anymore. Not ready. I'm out of range. That ability isn't full. I need to get closer. I can't do that. It is too far away. That ability isn't ready. I can't do that. ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Inventory is full. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready. I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full. I need to get closer. It is too far away. I can't do that. Need more range. I can't loot that. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't carry anymore. I'm out of range. Not ready yet. Can't do that yet. It is too far away. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready. Not ready. I can't do that yet. I need to get closer. range. That ability isn't complete. That ability isn't complete. I can't carry anymore.
Elune be with you.
Not ready. How may I help? Be careful. I am honored. Del Mago.
Let's check out, who is this? Jimmy's review on World of Warcraft after never playing and then playing a lot of the game. Okay, here we go. I never played WoW, so I tried all of them a lot. I always like seeing like new players' takes because it's a good perspective on what the hell is going on. All right, let's take a look.
Back in 2005, 2006, there were only two kinds of MMO players. Ones that had parents who believed in them, saw a future in them, and trusted them enough with a $15 a month World of Warcraft subscription. And then you had the ones who heard something along the lines of $15 a month? Did you say a month? Go to your room. And me?
Yeah.
I was in that second group.
To this day, I still don't know why my parents like bought me WoW and then agreed to pay for the subscription. I've showed this before on stream. Actually, this would probably be a decent time to show it again. I have a log to pay my parents back for my original World of Warcraft copy, which is right here. And what basically happened is they bought me WoW for some reason, and then I paid them back by doing my chores, and I had this log. So it was month 1, March, make $20, $15 for the gameplay, and then $5 for the game purchase. And I paid them back over the course of an entire year with a log. And then on the back, I had I signed it. My dad and I signed it.
What brings
and
you
this
here?
is an agreement, and it'll be discontinued if I have a poor attitude or don't do my chores or talk back. And so over the course of a year, I paid them back for the World of Warcraft purchase and paid them every month to play the game by doing chores and like mowing lawns and stuff. And yeah, so that's how I got away with playing WoW as a kid instead of RuneScape, because I played RuneScape before WoW. And anyway, without further ado.
But you know what? I clawed and scratched my way to a $6 a month subscription. And here we are,
You got RuneScape
nearly
membership.
20 years later. In a lot of ways, RuneScape has become a part of me, teaching me life lessons, being a go-to comfort game at all sorts of stages in my life, blessing me with one of the greatest jobs in the world. I didn't get to experience that $15 a month path, but I think this might be the greatest $6 my mother ever spent. But I have always wondered, what if she did make that $15 sacrifice?
Yeah.
You know, where would I be? Who would I have become? But thinking about what ifs doesn't do us any good. Okay, we're here. This is where we are now. It's all that matters. This is where I'm at. It's where I'm staying. I like it. I like it here. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. It ain't $6 anymore. Tell you what.
What is $12
It's
now?
inflation. And if inflation's done this to a $6 subscription, I can't even imagine what a $15 one's looking like nowadays.
It's still 15. Yeah, we were talking about this the other month. Everything has gone up in price except two things. World of Warcraft subscription fee has not changed in 20 years. And Twitch subs are still $4.99 the entire time too. And Twitch Primes are still free. Okay.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah.
It's $2.50 more.
He's got like
Why
his
is
mom.
why is that a big deal right now? Mom, please. You don't have $2.50. It's $2.50 more.
He's got like
Why
his
is
mom.
why is that a big deal right now? Mom, please. You don't have $2.50. Yes, the video is sponsored. I don't see what that has to do with anything. I'm not gonna ask them to pay for it. That's not how that works. That's inappropriate.
yeah, it is
Who's the
inappropriate.
sponsor? It's Covalence, the online technical trade school. You remember them, right? Yeah, they're cool. They've got their Catalyst program.
this
They
is
can
good. This
turn
is
you
a
into
good
a
plug.
full stack web developer from the ground up. These dudes are the magicians of coding. No, my viewers aren't gonna go into debt. It's the most affordable it's ever been. They got this Covalence
This is
Plus
really good.
program
A
now.
clean ad.
$39 a month. You get all
Very good
access
ad.
pass their full catalog. It's like 400 hours of content. Yeah, you get to become a part of a dope coder community. It's like the smartest people crammed into a Discord. Yeah, they've got a Discord. Do you know what a Discord is? You're gonna look that up. Yes, you can ask as many questions as you want. You can pester the entire Covalence team on Discord. They always say cool stuff like don't just browse the web, build it. I like when they say that. My link, it'll be in the description
Yeah,
when I
description
post
down
it.
below.
You want me to explain what my QR code looks like? Black pixels arranged a certain way in a square formation. Just use my code WowJimmy. Look, $2.50.
Okay.
Like, this is why I called you in the first place. It's even you're already coding. You broke the sound barrier to start coding. What do you do? How'd you do that?
That was
Hello?
a clean ass plug. I'm not gonna lie.
Mom. That's nice. Well, I guess it's a good thing she hasn't paid for my membership in like 12 years.
Okay, here we go.
I always joke about this debacle that RuneScape throws its new players into. We've got 2 versions. All this time I thought we were special in harassing our new players like this, but WoW has taken me aback. There are not 2 versions. There are not 3 versions. There are 4 versions of World of Warcraft to choose from. And now
And
I'm
there's
the one
hardcore,
stumped.
too.
I'm the
It's
new
kinda 5.
player having to make all these decisions I know nothing about. I don't know if there's any wrong answers here. I don't know if one of these is more expensive or anything about classes. I've never had to play a class before. All these races, does race matter? Is that a question I'm allowed to ask? Is this classic or is that classic? And what is that? Where am I? What do I do with this? And why the hell is there 5 of these? They gave me some book. They already got me doing
Wait, there's no
homework.
way
This
he
is
bought a hard
hard.
copy,
It's
right?
stressing me out. I don't know what choice to make. You absolute fool. I'm not making a choice. There's never been a choice to make. I will be playing every single version
Wow.
of World of Warcraft
Play hardcore too. Play hardcore too.
for the very first time. Let's get
Damn.
after it.
Now that is a time commitment. Let's go. That is a massive time commitment. Jeez. Easy plays Alliance. Whoa, okay. Wow. Okay. we go. Here we go.
Up first, we've got retail. To translate for my people, that's their RuneScape 3. The servers with the good, the bad, and the ugly, mostly ugly, shoved into it for the last 20 years. In 2019, they released classic servers, separate from the main game. A lot of players call it vanilla. That's what he called it. He's got a whole joke about it. Players got to log on and relive, re-experience their childhood, embracing the nostalgic euphoria. And then in about a week or two, they all snapped out of it because nostalgia cannot carry escapism forever. So that was
No, it wasn't a week or two. It was a month or two.
first real big launch of new servers, a new game to play. In June 2021, Blizzard released a third game you could play, Classic Burning Crusade servers, their first expansion. You could play that now if you wanted to. You could keep your character in Classic, or you could remember how fun that first expansion was. Come on, you know you want to. So we now had an untouched 2006 version of the game, a 2007 first expansion version of the game,
confusing.
and the main game. Blizzard decided they were going to tend to this middle one, and by tend, I mean basically putting in updates exactly how they happened and the occasional sprinkle of microtransactions.
Take
In
that
September
out, man.
2022, those expansion servers transformed into Wrath of the Lich King, their second expansion, which is where it's at now, but it will soon be turned into their third expansion. I wonder how long they are going to let that time machine continue running.
I
I'm
don't
sure
know.
everyone's having a great time. And then in November of 2023, we got the Season of Discovery, which is Blizzard dipping their toe in the water of a Classic Plus concept, which is basically exactly what old school RuneScape is, going back to the Classic patch, making it its own game with its own updates. And I'll be honest, probably not going to talk about the Season of Discovery too much. It's very new. There's not much to it yet. I'll go into it a little bit later, but I'm really not going to be focusing on it. We're going to talk about those mostly. I played them a lot. Played them a lot.
Okay, cool. Let's see what he has to say. I think WoW's biggest difficulty, I talk about this all
You
the
got my
time, is
attention.
that for a new player, it is just confusing. Like it is, I don't remember, I was talking to someone on Discord on the phone like a week or two ago, and he was asking about like which WoW is which, because he doesn't play and he's kind of confused, and I'm like, how long do you have? We're gonna be here a minute. Like it was that basically that 2-minute intro. It's just like, it's confusing. It's not just World of Warcraft anymore. For a new player, it's really, really confusing which one to play. And there's hardcore and hardcore self-found coming out soon.
A player's first 20 minutes in an MMO are by far the most important, because that first 20 minutes decides if this 20 minutes will turn into an eternal uninstall, or maybe the next 10 years of monthly subscriptions and the occasional microtransaction. Most devs want that second one. No matter which version of WoW you pick to play, you have 3 massively important decisions to make immediately: your server, horde or alliance, and your class. And each one of those decisions holds the potential to completely ruin your World of Warcraft experience. But we're new and we don't know that, and we won't figure it out until we're 200 hours in. So let's not
Wait, did he play Bloodsail Buccaneers? That was like our hardcore realm.
On the opposite side,
think about it
there
too
are
much
so
right
much
now.
more
The
heroic
first game
ways to die. And we have been super excited to see how players have engaged with our new feature, Duel to the Death.
Hey, it's me, bro!
Hurrah. Yeah. We're very impressed by the community
Hey,
events
hell
and all the players
Let's
that have
go!
been
I'm
brave enough
famous,
to
chat! We
participate in
made
them.
it!
Takes a lot. But you know,
That's cool.
as Holly
That's
mentioned
cool.
earlier today, we have a new optional rule set coming to hardcore. So we are excited to officially announce that Self-Found will be coming to hardcore in early 2024. Yeah.
I told you guys!
Players that
told
opt
you
into this
guys!
mode won't be able to trade, use the mail, or use the action house
Woo!
until you reach max level.
Yeah!
We hope that you join us to take on this new challenge.
Yes!
Yeah. On behalf of the Classic team,
Yes!
thank you so much for joining us on the Classic journey so far.
Oh
and we can't
my
wait to see you back
gosh.
in Azeroth.
Guys,
So now, I know everybody wants to hear more about the Season of Discovery.
SSF tournament,
so
it's
I'm
gotta
gonna
happen.
bring in, my senior
game I tried is Classic, and this here is footage from the very first time I ever logged into World of Warcraft.
Very typical World of Warcraft moment.
It's a typical World of Warcraft moment. This is way better than RuneScape.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be doing this a lot.
My first experience in Northshire, my first interactions, very normal interactions with other players in the game, and I knew right away I was really gonna like Classic.
Which horde did you trade to get 5 gold?
At least I thought this was Classic.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is not Classic. There's Draenei.
This actually turned out to be Wrath of the Lich King Classic, and I didn't know that there were 2 different versions at the time.
See,
I
it's
meant to do
confusing,
the
yeah.
first one. But when we're talking first impressions, really didn't make a difference. Now this is Classic. The original servers that millions of players remember logging into for the first time. A charmingly warm welcome into the Alliance. No tutorial island, no pop-up hints, just you being dropped in an area filled with cool-looking dudes asking you to do some shit they really don't feel like doing, and then mindlessly agreeing to it. Which is a formula I'm very familiar with. Now, one of my biggest worries going into WoW was this thing right here, because I've never had one before. Every clip I've ever seen of someone using it, there's like 80 rows of
Asmongold
these,
UI.
and they're all over the screen. It looks incredibly intimidating. I didn't know how I was gonna deal with all this, but I'm thinking about it, like, this is 2006. This is the same thing that everybody learned back in the day. They all saw this and conquered it. I can do it. I hope. They introduce you to one ability at a time every other level. You literally need to purchase this new thing you're able to do, which gives you a little more incentive to learn about it. I never really struggled with my ability bar. It was always fine. Do all the quests here until you run out of exclamation points and you start doing them over there. There's not much hand-holding going on, pretty straightforward and linear, and it's enjoyable. It was a nice little system to start out the game. And once I hit level 10, I started going into my specialization. It determines what kind of gear you're going to be searching for moving forward. The new player experience here still works. It was great. I enjoyed it a lot, multiple times. Retail.
I'm really curious what he's about to say, because we always have this discussion. What's easier for a new player, retail or classic? And all the retail players are like, well, retail is way more quality of life. It has built-in questy. It tells you where to go. It has an introduction, so it's a lot easier. But then a lot of people are like, no, it's confusing. There's so much going on. The world is so big. It's so, like, convoluted with different resources and reputations and this and that it's, like, so confusing. And classic is much easier. So I'm curious what this guy has to say.
On the other hand, greets new players a little bit differently. You get to make another decision after your 3 major ones, which is your starting zone. Whether you want to go to your default race classic starting zone, or the all-inclusive, every race, every side, alliance, or horde tutorial island. I did Elwyn Forest in Classic. I wanted to see what this one was all about, so I went there. I started out as a recruit for the Alliance. I was aboard this ship, and we were searching for a lost expedition. Definitely much more of a tutorial right off the bat, giving you little baby book pictures of how to use your keyboard and your mouse if it's your first time on a computer. And then you go right into some basic combat tutorials.
You guys might laugh at this photo, but when I first started playing WoW, I shit you, family friendly, I crap you not. I had my left hand on my arrow keys because, I mean, where else would how else would I move? It's the damn arrow keys, right? Like, of course I'm gonna move with the arrow keys. I put my left hand on the arrow keys, I started running around. That was it. And then I realized, oh, I need to actually press my spells, because the spells are what, you know, make you do damage. So I took my right hand and I put them on the number keys, and I would hit like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for my spells. So when I started playing WoW, I did this for many years, and no one was there to tell me not to do this. So I actually wish I had this damn tutorial of someone telling me to put your hands on the keyboard and your other hand on the damn mouse. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. I swear. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Your mouse if it's your first time on a computer. And then you go right into some basic combat tutorials. If you've ever clicked anything before, you might catch on rather quickly. But everything's completely voice acted. It looks beautiful. I loved the way that they made this game look. Very vibrant and pretty. I liked it. The first difference I noticed was the leveling, because there was a lot of it. I was already level 2 after the first quest, which is literally just move around and talk to another guy for a second. In Classic, I had to murder animals to earn that level 2. And then I swung at a guy like 3 times and I was leveled up again. I was immediately rewarded with 2 new abilities that were inserted right into my ability bar. I did not pay for them. I did not ask for them. I suddenly have these 2 things here. Something felt weird about it. After I proved that my mouse and keyboard work, then the real tutorial started. I'm suddenly a part of a shipwreck, a real bad shipwreck. I mean, a disastrous one. But
I actually
luckily,
haven't done
I wash
this.
up on shore. And I kind of have to throw a wrench in the story real quick, Blizzard. There's no universe in which a recruit, essentially an extra in the background, is surviving this. I was put on this ship as an expendable member that they are willing to sacrifice for the greater cause here. There's like 15 other people on this ship that would get life support before me. But we, the recruit, have somehow washed ashore. I don't really know the significance of this island, really.
I haven't done Exile's Reach once. I haven't made a new WoW character in probably, I don't know how long. I've just had my same retail characters forever. But looking at this from the outside, it looks like the New World starting zone. When you make a character in New World, it looks exactly the same.
I know is that they basically speed run you from level 1 to 10 as they dish out abilities to you like they're fucking Costco samples. I linked up with a bunch of characters, did a bunch of wacky shit with them. They sent me on a helicopter or whatever. I experimented on animals. I made a boar into this giant freak and I used it to commit genocide on people of this native island. Very different experience here than it was in the classic version. And before I could even look up at my screen, congratulations, recruit, you've hit level 10. I know you haven't looked up at that XP bar in about 5 minutes, but yeah, you've been killing it. I fight more things, I level up more, and I get thrown into a dungeon at the end through the infamous dungeon finder. Was it a bad tutorial?
I don't even know.
I
This was a
just feel
dungeon.
like it wasn't all that necessary. It speed runs you to level 10, gets you some decent starter gear, but I don't believe that makes it into a better tutorial because it pushes you farther ahead. Because the tutorial here felt more like play the game. Over here, it felt more like, okay, 10 levels and then you can play the game. I wanted to compare the 2 starting zone options you have as a new player just to see the true difference, the feeling and the pacing of that early levels 1 to 10. The retail Elwyn Forest was definitely faster leveling than Classic's Elwyn Forest. It was definitely not as fast as the tutorial island. I don't think I was even going at half the pace, and I was getting set up with way better gear over there. That island might be a little OP to start. And that might sound dramatic because we're just talking about levels 1 to 10, but this is the new player experience we're talking about. This is supposed to set the tone for the rest of your experience. And it also made me realize if I had played retail before Classic and I picked the island, I wouldn't have gotten to see Elwyn Forest or travel to Stormwind for the first time. My favorite WoW moment was from my first night because I didn't even know what Stormwind was. And my friend Jake, who I pulled back after a 10-year break from the game, walked us to Stormwind. He introduced it and the music on my client happened to sync perfectly with his introduction to it.
This is it. Stormwind.
Whoa. You guys remember your first time in Stormwind? Hell yeah. So nice.
I loved that. And if you don't go through Elwyn Forest, you just get dropped off at the front gates, which is not the same. Retail also mimics RuneScape 3 in that they panic to get you the fuck out of early level. All Blizzard ever has wanted from you, your gift to them, is not being a shit low-level account. They hate that. They hate that you're not max level right now. Every video game dev deals with this problem at one point or another because it's something that very few games have ever mastered. Progression.
One of the primary differences between Classic and Retail is Classic is all about the leveling experience. In a lot of ways, when you hit max level in Classic, the game is over. Right? Yeah, you can raid at level 60. Yeah, you can raid at level 70 or 80, you know, depending on what expansion. But a lot of people level, do the raid once or twice and quit. Like I'd say like the majority of the player base levels, gets decent gear, you know, does the raid a couple times and then quits. Like that's most people. Now in Retail, it's the opposite. Like you hit max level in like a day. Right? And people don't hit max level in Retail then quit. Like the game starts at max level on Retail, right? And then you get in a lot of these systems that are never ending, like Mythic Plus. There's new content coming out with the raids every 3 or 4 or 6 months, whatever. So they kind of keep you addicted with that. Whereas in Classic, the leveling experience takes a very, very, very long time. But once you hit the end, a lot of people kind of quit.
There's an old saying that applies to a lot of MMOs. Very commonly in this one, the game doesn't start until you hit level 60 or
Right.
whatever the max level may be. And honestly, I understand why they say that, where that comes from. For me, simply not true. Nothing in any video game beats the euphoric feeling, the dopamine-filled experience of seeing a number that belongs to you go up. Whether you're level 5 or you're level 80, whether it's your gear upgrades or the amount of money that you have on you. If the number's going up, you're happy about it. Every time
Dopamine.
I got a gear upgrade from the minute I spawned in Northshire, I felt the actual emotion of happy. What else can do that for you over and over again? Legally. What can do that legally to you over and over again? I played Wrath the absolute most out of all games. I got a warrior to level 71 and a paladin to 80. And there was never a level on either of those accounts where I felt like I was at a dead end and there was no possible way for me to get an upgrade or progress myself, because there's so many ways that you can do it. Doing quest lines, gear upgrades, PvP, gear upgrades, dungeons, gear upgrades, farming reputation, gear upgrades, giving Blizzard $15 gear upgrades. And the best part is, I could always feel the upgrades. I haven't touched on plugins much, but they're a big part of the game.
Add-ons,
And there's one plugin that a lot of players have. It basically shows everyone's DPS in your party. And there's just a very unique feeling of disdain when your role is a DPS and you see your name at the bottom. You get filled with enough guilt to motivate you to go get better shit, which usually means running that dungeon a few more times, being at the bottom of the list. But as soon as you get those upgrades, you can see a visual confirmation of you getting better because your gear is getting better. It's so satisfying. The pacing of Classic from early level to end game, it just felt nice. It didn't feel too fast and it didn't feel too slow. I still had to work for things and grind a little bit, and I didn't feel stuck there for too long. There was always something to look forward to. The progression system that I experienced in Wrath just felt really rewarding, and the pacing was great all the way up until I hit level 80, which is ironic because a lot of WoW players will tell you that you don't even start the game until you hit level.
No. In Classic WoW, I actually agree with him. In Classic WoW, when you hit max level, you know, you can do stuff at max level. You have your heroics, your raids, that's fine. But in Classic WoW, once you hit max level, a lot of people quit. Like the majority probably quit at max level and having done the raids once or twice. The same in Classic Era, same in Wrath. Now in retail, it's different though.
80. When I hit 80, I watched my XP bar disappear right before my eyes, and a whole new progression system began. Once you hit max level, you can now wear max level shit, and you are now pushed into a whole new complicated hole that you will just keep digging deeper and deeper. You're grinding pre-raid best in slot so that you can get to phase 1 best in slot, and then phase 2 and 3 until you've got the gear so that you can play a proper role in the endgame raids and get your true best in slot. And do you want to know how long that takes? Well, you gotta ask someone else, because I have no idea. I didn't do it. Shit just got complicated, dude. I mean, I was plugging my gear into a website that tells you what you need to do next and how to get it, where to do it, which usually involved looking for a 40-man raid for a chance at getting something, or doing some beta dungeon, whatever the hard difficulty is, or grinding reputation for a group of people I did one quest for one time and they need to see me as a god so I can buy a shoulder enchantment. I feel like all the levels before max is more of like a sandboxy feel of getting the gear that you feel like getting, what looks cooler. But once you hit max level, it's like a straight path that you have to follow. I don't think everyone feels that way, but that's how I felt going in. I felt like I had to follow this website and get the good gear. Otherwise, I mean, what else am I doing? I started to not feel motivated to log into the game, which sucks.
Exactly.
Because I had such a fun journey to the max level. It was always fun looking forward to being a little bit stronger, or going to a new area. And suddenly I was just in the same area all the time, doing the same dungeons with the same people, and it just felt really repetitive and not very exciting. What I'm trying to say here is that once I hit max level, it almost felt like the game had finished. But I just wasn't really into that grind as much. We didn't even get to explore the whole map. I still haven't even seen every region in Wrath. But when we hit level 80, why would I be going to the old zones. There's nothing for me there. My low-level grinds are far from over because I enjoyed it a lot and I look forward to doing it again. Some of the most fun I've ever had in a video game. Progression in retail kind of coincides with the story that they toss you into, but I have a whole section for the story after this, so I'm going to try and just focus on the progression side of things. And the reason that they speedrun you to level 10 and drop you off at the front gates of Stormwind is because that's a requirement to start Battle of Azeroth, and Battle of Azeroth is a requirement to start World of Warcraft, not optional. You have to do it, don't question it. Welcome to our 2017 expansion. I hope you have fun. We'll check back in with you later. As soon as I jump into this expansion and get thrown into this Kultiris place, everything I've ever known about progression is suddenly out the window. I am getting significant gear upgrades every quest. Not only that, but what in the fucking inflation is this?
Yeah.
What is that? Every NPC that gives a quest reward is giving me dump trucks worth of gold. I mean, I'm loaded. I can sell junk items to vendors for like hundreds of gold at a time. I'm getting all the abilities shoved in. They have a new way of doing specializations, which I actually like. I get to mess around more. You can switch them up whenever. I don't even remember dying in retail. You're basically a walking god. I mean, I'm hacking and slashing my way through giant poles of mobs with no consequences. And while I'm doing that, it hits me that nobody here has called me a recruit in a while, which made me realize they're not talking about my military rank, they're talking about the difficulty of the game. So I'm soaring through this confusing quest line at what could only be a record pace. I was leveling so fast, I would go multiple levels without realizing that I had in fact leveled up. It just became more and more apparent as I went along that even though the devs forced me to come here, they really just didn't want me there at all. This lightning fast leveling is all they wanted. It's basically Blizzard saying, look, you're a new guy, you don't know shit about shit, we're gonna bring you to probably the prettiest place that we can send you until you hit level 60, and then you can come experience content that we've actually paid attention to, which I completely understand. But the problem with that is the more I did Battle of Azeroth, the more pointless it felt. All these characters I was meeting and villages I was helping, it was all just a big sham, serving as my XP boost to level 60 to take me to Dragonland, possibly as a punishment. But I do as many quests as I can, I try and get involved in the story a little bit. But sure enough, the second I hit 60, right on cue, my pager's going off, and I'm getting contacted from people in Stormwind, begging me and pleading me to return and start the Dragon Chronicles. And so I did. I went back to Stormwind, I got to the dragon place, I think I leveled up like once or twice, and then I logged out because I realized that through that entire experience, I had yet to talk to a single other human, even once.
And there it is. Like, yes, WoW retail is no longer an MMO. It just doesn't feel like it anymore. You log in, you're getting boosted to 60. You're just like, you're leveling so fast. The experience from the leveling experience just isn't there anymore at all. And you haven't talked to a single person ever. No friendships have been made. No communication. Like, can you do that? Sure. But like, bro, you log into Classic and right away there's interactions. There's people talking, role playing, some crazy role playing. And Classic is that MMO feel. Retail is all about end game, you know, Mythic Plus, world first rating, top end PvP. If you are a gamer, zoomer, you want like a million keybinds, go really quick, right? You want to grind high level gameplay that's just like almost impossibly difficult. You need like 100 weak auras add-ons to install. Yeah, retail is going to be great. But if you want an MMO, do not play retail. Like, do not play retail if you want an MMO. Play Classic or Wrath, right? Like that's always what I tell people. But if you want a really challenging experience to push endgame content with new content being released, and it's kind of like gonna like really push you, yeah, I mean, retail is gonna be better than Classic, right? Because Classic, the content's a lot easier, it's a lot slower, a lot more methodical, but like, you know, yeah, this is really well said here.
This is the best day ever.
Haha. Looking back on retail, I think the best way to describe the progression of that game is there is none, because it never felt like I was progressing. I mean, that's just the way that it's built. Everywhere you go, mobs are scaling up with you. I'm level 32, they're level 32.
Yeah.
If I'm 54, they're 54.
This is a really bad design in my opinion. Right? It's a good idea because it's like, oh, you can just level anywhere. But it's a bad design because every time you level up, you don't feel any stronger. Every time you get an upgrade, you don't feel any stronger. Every time you get a new, like, anything, you don't feel any stronger. It's just like boring the whole way. You don't actually feel that character progression ever.
I never become stronger than the mobs unless you go to like early game areas, which is just irrelevant. As I level up, I'm noticing that the monsters are just getting more annoying to kill. They just make them hit harder and have more health. Simply longer combat interactions. I never felt like I was getting stronger. I never felt like my new abilities were doing what they were supposed to do because they had more health to deal with it. And it was kind of annoying. Getting upgrades and not feeling like you got upgrades had to be the least satisfying thing I felt in any of the games. I never got to max level in retail, so I don't really know what the end game is like. It could be miles better than classic. I just never got there. By the time I got to 60 and just didn't have anyone playing with me, realizing that I had done the whole journey alone, I just didn't feel motivated to keep going, which kind of sucks because more than anything, I was really looking forward to the story.
Exactly, right? Like that, he just said it so perfectly. Now, it's easy to complain about what's wrong. It's harder to come up with a solution. Like if someone from Blizzard's watching this, it's like, yeah, those are the problems. Okay, so how do you solve that? Right? And it's actually tricky once you start thinking about it, because it's like, okay, well, let's bring it back to how classic was, where you level very slowly and it's all about the leveling experience. Yeah, but there's like 10 expansions. So now someone's gonna level for like months on end. Like you're still not gonna see anyone. Like the world is so big and there's so much content that it's problematic in itself. So it's like, where do you go from here? And it's I've thought about it a lot. It's actually a pretty difficult thing to answer. It really is. It's like, okay, you have a game that's 20 years old. You've been releasing content monthly, patches, or every couple months, and then every year or two, you have a new expansion. So it's like so much content, and you can't just like drop someone off as like classic unchanged. It becomes tricky. So like the thought process of Blizzard is, let's catch people up. Let's give a tutorial island. Let's get them to level 60s, have it be very fast. In a day or two, you're max level, so then you can hop into the end game and play with everybody else. But just like, what's his name, Jimmy? Just like Jimmy mentioned, it's like you're losing new players. Like the new player experience, it just isn't there. Where it actually is, ironically, in an expansion like Classic. But you can get away with it in Classic because the world's a lot smaller, the community's a lot more tight-knit. So, I don't know. It's not a simple solution. I will say that. I will give them that.
You ever try watching all of the Avengers movies, starting from Iron Man, going all the way to the very last ones that were made? I've tried that so many times, and I usually make it about 3 or 4 movies in. There's so many stories you need to tell. There's so much explanation that needs giving. It's a lot easier to understand the Avengers series if you watch them as they came out. You experienced them at the same time as everyone else, and you were just anticipating the next movie. But if you've never watched them and you're trying to take it all in, catch up, it's kind of miserable. I know some people can do that. I can't.
I haven't seen a single one of these. I think I saw Spider-Man. I saw Spider-Man. I'm corrected. I saw Spider-Man.
Can't do it. I knew going in that WoW has an incredibly dense and really cool story. I really can't begin to tell you how disappointed I was to experience World of Warcraft's story in Classic and Retail. Classic kind of starts you off as just, you're a nobody. You've got no accomplishments, no milestones, no one knows you. You're just a guy trying to do his part and help out. You're just a very small thing in this very big world that has a lot more important things going on than you. The Elwyn Forest quest line, starting in Northshire, going to Goldshire, helping out the locals with their little Kebble problems, heading to the Alliance capital and helping some folks out around there, taking on your first mini-boss Hogger, I don't like saying his name out loud. Upsets me. You head to Westfall, start helping out the locals there, and doing your first dungeon, the Dead Mines, where you face your first real antagonist, Edwin Van Cleefus. It's just Van Cleef, but Cleefus sounds cooler. And that's where you have your first real accomplishment as a character. It's your first significant thing that you've done. And from there, well, I mean, that's kind of where they lost me. World of Warcraft quests are built for you to not give a fuck. The way the quest pops up allows you to press accept instantly, accept the reward instantly. It's just begging you to not give a fuck. All of them are either fetch these things or kill a bunch of those. No matter what thing you're fetching or thing you're killing, it all eventually blends together into the...
I thought it was just me. Like, I've never really been one to read quests in WoW. And I know there's some people out there that really get into the lore. That's usually not me. I've been trying to more recently in recent years. But yeah, normally I just accept, run to where Questy tells me to go, turn them all in, get a ton of dopamine, and rinse, repeat, go again. I've been playing some other games like Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate, you know, stuff where it's like you really have to get into the story if you want to enjoy the game. And then coming back to WoW, I'm like trying to enjoy that process more, especially with hardcore, because you might as well go slow anyway. But yeah, it is kind of tough in WoW. Like, it's just like, it does make you want to just accept a bunch and then get the quest done. For the most part.
The same quest. It was hard to focus.
Yeah, you can get the voiceover add-on, and it actually helps with that. You guys are right.
On anything lore related, because I knew when I went to the next area, I would just be doing the exact same thing I was doing in the last area. My thing is questing. I'm really glad it's in the game that I've been doing the questing on, and not this one, because the series would be a lot more boring if I did it on WoW. It is not encouraging you to read. I even went as far as downloading a plugin that uses AI voice generators of the actual characters' voices to read all the dialogue out loud. It just adds a little more sound to the boring thing you're doing. Most of the lore is revealed before, during, and after dungeons and raids. That's when the big significant things are happening in the world. That's where you can pay attention to what the characters are saying and then what's happening around you. If it were single player. Because when I get a group for a dungeon, that's the last thing I'm doing. Hey guys, you mind holding on a second? I'm not going AFK, I'm right here, but I gotta listen to what this NPC's saying real quick. Just gonna see how this plays out back here in this lore that happened 15 years ago. I would find myself outside the dungeon, kicked from the group. I'm not gonna put a pause to these people's day. Funny enough, the thing that gave me the most context for the world that I was running around in did not come from any version of the MMO. It actually came from Warcraft 3. It was a complete unintentional discovery. I started seeing all these things I recognized from the MMO. I learned all about Prince Arthas and his origin story. Very bright young man, great future ahead for him. I saw Jaina Proudmoore. She wasn't getting arrested immediately the first time I ever saw her. Learned about the Burning Legion. Those guys are up to no good. Illidan Stormrage, that guy's a badass. Miss Whisperwind. There's just a bunch of cool shit happening in that game. After I played it, and I started questing again in Wrath, there was a scene that played out in some side quest in Northrend. It was something that happened with the same voice lines in the same way that it happened in Warcraft 3, but it's from a new MMO perspective, and now it's cool for me. It just felt like the moment came to life, and then realizing that doing the Calling of Stratholme fucking dungeon was actually a mission that I went through with, playing as Arthas, and now I was boots on the ground on the front lines with him, doing...
It sounds like he likes Wrath the most. Like, he's playing on his Wrath character the most. It sounds like he ended up quitting Wrath, but he didn't even make it to max on retail, and we haven't heard that much about Classic Era. Sounds like for a new player, he's enjoying Wrath the most, which is interesting.
That made the war crime so much cooler. And granted, Warcraft 3 didn't teach me everything about the world of Warcraft, but it gave me more context into this world I was running around in. I knew more about certain characters. I knew the origins of certain places that existed. It just enhanced the overall immersion of running around the world doing these quests that started to feel repetitive. The fact that I did have to go play a whole different game to understand the world more and feel that immersion, you shouldn't have to do that. I know some people say the books are really good for lore. I haven't checked them out myself. If you've read any of the books and recommend them,
I have not.
Let me know. Maybe they suck and one of you will save me. Classic has a very old school way of telling the story where you kind of have to force yourself to be more invested in the story if you want to understand it. I will say, this is something that they actually did make a big effort to improve on. Now, since RuneScape 3 has microtransactions, transmog, and the story going for it, I was very excited to see how Retail told their story. And unfortunately, it has far too many of them. On top of all of the original content from the launch of the game in 2004, World of Warcraft has had 9 expansions full of new areas, new races, new quests, new storylines, catastrophic events that change.
You guys see what I'm saying though, right? With 9 expansions, so 10 total WoWs, the game, like, you're gonna run into problems. You're gonna run into problems. The world is like, has to be so big. There has to be so many features, because every time you release a new expansion, I mean, what are you gonna do? Just be like, oh, we're not gonna release a new area or any new features. It's like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, that, it's problematic in itself. Like, the problem is that WoW is 20 years old, and how do you make it make sense with this many expansions to go through? The solution the Retail developers have come up with is that, like, tutorial island gets you through the leveling experience in BFA very quickly, and then gets you to endgame so you can start playing the game with other people that are max level and have been max level for a very long time. The solution, knowing the problem, kind of actually makes sense. But it's sad, as someone who's been playing since 2004, to see all of the content being skipped over, and you hit max level like in like a day and not really interacting with other players. So still, it's a tricky one.
Change the entire video game. There is so much that has happened. Me pulling up to Retail with intent of understanding the world is a lot like a baby strolling up to understand anything. This is a terrible metaphor. Blizzard sees new players as nothing more than babies. They arrive knowing 0 things, they've contributed nothing, and they're annoying because you have to teach them shit now. Blizzard hates babies, is what I'm going for here. It's just never going to be easy for a new player to understand the lore of World of Warcraft after everything that's happened.
This is
I
a
could
long
do as
time,
much
yeah.
research and read the books as much as I want. I could make myself a Quizlet to really make sure I nail down the hard facts of how this universe was formed. But what I came to realize is MMO stories are not like other stories. They're their own thing, their own genre, their own structure and format. A universe like World of Warcraft is not gonna be like the Avengers universe or the Harry Potter or Star Wars universe that can be told. MMO stories are something that you have to experience. It's the old expression, you had to be there. And
Yeah.
I wasn't there. Well, hold on a second. What about that feature that Blizzard put in, letting you experience all the expansions? Oh, you mean Chromie, one of the jankiest, nonsensical systems ever put into a video game ever. 5 times I have tried to experience the expansions in World of Warcraft through Chromie, a system designed to let you go experience all of these. Whether you're a veteran player who just wants some nostalgia,
I actually haven't done this. I don't know.
and wants to do the stories again to level up your character, or you're a new player and you want to experience them chronologically or something, and every single time, without fail, it's somehow broke. Let's say you enter the Legion timeline. Even though you've somehow transported to this new dimension, you are really not transported anywhere. All the exclamation points and the quests of the current timeline are still there, waiting for you to fuck it all up. The battle for Azeroth needs you so bad, we were willing to time travel backwards with you to ask for your help again. Like, you can really screw your game up. At one point, I had 3 Anduins in Stormwind Keep in different rooms. Cutscenes were playing so out of order, and I had no idea what was going on. I was paralyzed. And not to mention, when you do pick a new timeline to experience, you're often phased, which means you're only gonna see other players that are also in your timeline, which is usually, even in the most populated servers, nobody. You are alone. You have...
I've said this again and again and again and again and again. MMOs are fun because you see other players running around doing common goals. You get something rare, it's meaningful because someone else doesn't have it. You do a quest that's difficult, it's meaningful because other players are trying to do that, and you gain some prestige or status. Playing a game like WoW Retail, and there's nobody else running around, makes it feel like you're wasting your damn time, even if there's a lot of people playing, because let's be honest, the numbers are there. Like Retail, there are a lot of people playing Retail, but it doesn't feel like it. it doesn't feel like it. It feels like you're playing a solo player game for 99% of it. And that's not good. That's not good, right? And even if Classic Era, for example, on Whitemane, there's not that many people playing Classic Era, right? They're all on one server on Whitemane, but it feels like there's a lot of people playing. You go to a city and it's packed, and you go to a Goldshire Inn and it's packed. Like, there's just people everywhere. Because, and the fact that it feels populated is almost more important, because it feels like you're actually playing a game that other people are involved in.
Have just transformed into a single-player video game. It's one thing to play an MMO like it's single-player, but when you literally see nobody else and it feels like an actual single-player game in this giant universe, it feels creepy. It actually made me miss seeing Moonguard Goldshire. Seeing that place empty was weird. I really did try Chromie. I was excited to try because I did want to experience all these expansions. I waited a long time to play World of Warcraft. I wanted to know the stories. And even if I did have a smooth Chromie experience, it was still an MMO expansion. Nobody remembers experiencing those things without other people around them. People discovering new areas at the same time, fighting new mobs at the same time, going into new dungeons and raids together for the first time, having their world at the time changed in a major way. There's a lot more to the Warcraft story than just facts on a timeline. This is one of the biggest gaming universes ever created, and the story goes far beyond just the NPCs and the areas being put into the game. There was stuff that wasn't added by the devs. There's something about being a part of that expansion as it happens that just can't be told. Unless you start releasing the expansions again. But even then, it's just not.
It's still,
the same.
yeah, it's still different, yeah.
I am a hero. I am a champion. How did I earn these titles? Don't worry about it. They wouldn't be calling me that if it weren't true, would they? What? You can do a lot at level 10. I talk about this whole hero concept a lot because I personally believe that players should not be that. I think that's kind of boring. It's predictable, it's linear, it's just not relatable. Most people do like 2 heroic things in their life, and after they do it, no one's calling you a champion. You just go home to the same house, making the same money. Your boss doesn't think you're a hero because you clocked in late. When I walk into Stormwind Castle and talk to whoever may be king at the time, I want them to look at me with no trust and no faith, no matter what I've done in the past. I want the king to feel like they are rolling the dice every time they send me on an important mission. No earning ranks or titles. The title of champion doesn't make me hit harder, does it? Don't call me a champion, just get me a cooler sword. But yeah.
Tyrannical Gladiator does in fact make me hit harder, okay? Yeah, Tyrannical Gladiator is a cool-ass title, all right? And it makes me do more damage. My wife sometimes calls me Tyrannical Gladiator. And yeah, no, it's really, really badass.
You're just, by default, a hero. I went in and tested this because I was really curious how you're supposed to be inducted into this title. When you start out and you go to the tutorial island, they're calling you recruit. You know, you just got here. You've done nothing.
Bold new recruit.
Recruit. All right, recruit. Good to see you, recruit.
When you finish the tutorial and you get dropped off at Stormwind, there's 2 ways you can go about it. There's a continue tutorial route, and then there's a skip tutorial route. If you continue on the tutorial route, they'll still refer to you as recruit. If you skip the rest of the tutorial, you are now a hero immediately. Something you have no idea about has happened between you walking across the bridge into Stormwind. You've done something very significant, apparently, no matter which way you went. As soon as you get to Kul Tiras, you are again a champion hero guy. The recruit thing is...
In Blizzard's defense, it's an option to click skip if you're doing an alt to speed you along. So yeah, you skipped some of the story, so you missed something, right? So that kind of makes sense.
Just been abandoned entirely. It actually became like a bit as I was playing through the story of everyone looking up to me and claiming I've done these amazing things as if they've got the wrong guy. It kind of made the story a little funny. It's not the way they intended it to play out. Battle of Azeroth. It was honestly pretty cool. Didn't understand a singular thing happening. The initial cutscene of Jaina being arrested by her mom. I don't know what Jaina did. I don't know the story. I even tried looking it up. I don't think I found what I was looking for. You're just supposed to know this terrible thing that Jaina Proudmoore did to her mother and all her people because she got arrested. That was enough proof. But I liked Kul Tiras. I think it had a lot of pretty places. Each section of it has its own wacky shit show going on that you are suddenly responsible for fixing. A lot of the characters were really goofy. I liked a lot of their dialogue. It was a nice change up from Classic because they figured out a way to make these fetch and kill quests more immersive. Every fetch and every kill felt like it served a purpose. One of the first things you do is infiltrate a bad guy camp and save children from being child laborer slaves. You know, you're going and interacting with something a certain amount of times, but you're saving children. And you went and got intel and you fought little bosses in there. It felt more quest-like. And also, I got to shoot a cannon down at pirates like it was 1944 Normandy Beach, which was awesome. That was the coolest moment in questing for me. I loved that. There was also a part where I got to do some crazy stuff in a robot. That was cool. It kept crashing my game, but it was cool.
Get a Star
I
Wars
did get to
system.
do it. I got some witch hunter people together. I raided a witch town. That was cool. There was good little mini stories here and there. There was some like war thing happening where you go and invade little islands. I didn't really understand that part too much. But it gave me rewards sometimes. Even though I leveled multiple characters through the Battle of Azeroth, I never...
Alright, why I betrayed my WoW guild by Pint. I can't wait, dude. This'll be good. This'll be good.
Ago, I decided to declare war on my World of Warcraft guild. Now, you might be thinking, but why Pint?
I'm thinking, how is it 2024 and I haven't seen this video? That's the only thing I'm thinking. Everyone in the world has seen this besides me. How the hell does that work?
I thought you were a good boy. Well, I'm gonna tell you. The arduous sin they committed. What they did to incite my divine wrath. They didn't give me this sword, and I want it. Back in Phase 1, this was one of the most sought after items in Molten Core.
Yeah.
Well, you know, after Toep and Mana Igniting Core and Ring of Spellfire and Choker. But Mageblade is
No,
clearly the
Mageblade's
best
the top,
because
yeah.
look, it's a sword. It sparkles. Now I know. It's a reasonable drop rate and even warriors are getting it now. But somehow, after a whole year in Classic, this item has still evaded my poor little gnome. So who is to blame? Is it just unlucky? Is it just unfair? Is this video just an elaborate presentation for why I feel entitled to loot? So here's my guild history. At the launch of Classic, I joined a nifty little guild while I was leveling and was very set on my endgame goals. Pump, big numbers, pump, big damage, loot gear, loot and gear, yes, yes, power. And I hope
love it,
some
yeah.
friends along the way. And you know, once I got to 60, I was pumping just fine and I had already made plenty of real homies. But the loot was about to take a turn.
It's always
for
the damn
worst.
loot. It's always
Now
the
the
damn
first
loot.
Mageblade that dropped went to a giga pumping Chad Warlock. This guy was trying to stack as many world buffs as he could by like week 4. And he watched anime, so he was probably the main character of the raid, not me. So no complaints there, right? Well, that was until, you know, someone got made officer and decided, oh, I'm gonna leak the loot priority, haha.
Oh, God.
And you know, it's a good thing they leaked it, because the top 2 people on Prio for Mageblade were paladins.
No!
Okay, well,
no!
let's see where I am.
Oh, come
Pint,
on!
fuck this guy. I'm never gonna give him any loot. I hate him. He's like Gnome Hitler. I fucking hate Pint. So yeah, turns
Yeah,
out my
G
GM
quit, just G
fucking
quit.
hated me because of my epic YouTube gaming channel. Or maybe he hated the fact that I'd tell people to subscribe to Pint in raids. And he believed that my behavior was egotistical and virgin-like, which I can't disagree with. Between the constant lying, the 2-hour MC clear times, and the numerous e-girl scandals, me and the boys figured it was time to jump ship to a new guild. By now, I had gone 4 months without Mageblade, and my first guild disbanded later that week.
4 months?
But I am an optimistic gnome and can look at the future with a positive eye. I'm sure in my new guild, Serenity, there will be no problems and things will be completely different and I will definitely get the items I want. credit where it's due, the leadership in Serenity was pretty good. But at the time, they operated on a rolling system. But, I figured what could be more fair than Lady Luck? It seems pretty unlikely you're gonna go super long without getting anything.
Oh no!
12 more weeks without getting my guiding moonlight. I saw freshly capped 60s get it on their first molten core. But, I can't take it out on Serenity, it's just unlucky, right? After all, they did change the loot rules after, but it didn't hurt any less. To them, it was just an unlucky hot streak of not getting any loot, but for me it had been more than 8 months without getting a very specific item
8
that I'd been
months?
pumping very hard to try and earn. The psychological iceberg of pent-up entitlement was about to tip.
Wait, honestly, as a mage, I usually don't even wait for 3 Sunders. Because mages have built-in reduced threat into the frost tree. Was it called like frost channeling or something? I usually just start like I usually wait for like 1 and then I just start frost bolting. I've like never pulled aggro. I don't know. I think you can just insta frost bolt, right? Pretty sure it's fine. And second of all, I have to tell the story because I mean it's about Mageblade. I feel like for me, the way I rationalized to my guild that I needed Mageblade is because back in 2019 when Classic WoW came out and we started running Molten Core, Mageblade dropped, and for me, I was playing in the $50,000 duel tournament. So I needed it. I needed it more than anyone else. So I convinced them that like, look, like this is an item that
Talk to me!
You need something? Have a good Hello. Safe travels.
that I actually need. There's real life money on the line, so like you have to give it to me And I'm pretty sure that's how I got mine, so that's how that works.
The psychological iceberg of pent-up entitlement was about to tip. So, I decided I wasn't going to take it anymore, and I quit the game to play that video game made for children where you grind every day in hopes for some arbitrary, random, mostly cosmetic improvement. Animal Crossing New Horizons, which I'll admit was kinda just like the gaming equivalent of Rebound Sex, so I fucking stopped kidding myself and came back to Azeroth.
Yeah,
and since
welcome
WoW
back.
Retail had mysteriously vanished after Legion, I decided to come back to Classic and give Serenity one final chance. I made a vow. If I don't get Mageblade right now, I am going to make a Horde tune and gank you all. I left it up to Lord's will, and when no loot from the boss dropped that I needed, the Lord said,
Pint, my son, don't let them hoes treat you bad. Ride up on them bitches and stomp them the fuck out.
Really?
No, I ain't no
Okay.
bitch. Okay, well maybe I'm kind of a bitch, but I'm not a bitch when it comes to loot. Your fate is sealed. Prepare to die. Well, boys, let me tell you, there's only a few things more sweet than Mageblade, and revenge is one of them. You get what you fucking deserve. Bang. Meet Pont, my second mage and my little side project for the past few weeks. Look at how sad she is. It's because she doesn't have Mageblade. I'd sit on this tune getting boosted through dungeons by my absolutely new Chad of a guild who actually love and respect me. After taking about 2 weeks to get to level 40, I decided to go fucking sicko mode on them and use my full power. Mage be nimble, mage be quick, mage level fast and suck your dick. I started off in Zul'Farrak doing a
Yum.
newfound zombie farm and was getting about 140,000 XP per hour. No, this isn't cheating, this is completely fine, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Whilst
it's
my
fine.
friend was leveling like a normal fucking person, getting about 25,000 per hour. What a fucking casual, ugh!
Yeah. Roll a mage,
Wait, why am I
bro.
sheeped? Hello? What? Hi! Oh my god!
My ears!
In only about 10 hours of gameplay, I had gone from level 40 to level 55. But oh shit! My guild's doing a Molten Core, and I'm level 55. So I need to get attuned and put this puppy into full gear. So with the help of a demigod warlock who is unfazed by solid matter, I managed to get my
Whoa,
Molten Core
nice.
attunement just in the nick of time. Now in this Molten Core, my guild actually let me roll on loot under the pretense that I would hit 60 within the next week. I received a mediocre belt, a comfortable pair
No
of mittens,
shot.
and one of the best, most sought after rings a mage can get in the whole game. And I couldn't even equip any of it. Yeah, I'm definitely in the right guild. From there I made my way to Zool
Nice.
Guru, where I opted to beat my head against a brick wall for fucking hours on end because I'm too stubborn. I will get this eventually. Fuck! Until my skill prevailed and I was getting about 300,000 XP per hour, which is quite literally the fastest leveling method in the entire game, bringing me from level 58 to 60 in about 90 minutes.
That's so insane.
If my last video didn't convince you to play mage, these fucking leveling speeds should. Now I could finally equip my epic items. Wow! I look the exact fucking same! Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to raid the next week, so one of my friends gave me some extremely wise advice. Pint, you should start a GDKP, also, you are cool. Now, if you don't know what a GDKP is, essentially everyone
They're
bids
banned.
on items for gold, and then all of that gold is divided amongst all the raid members at the end of the raid. Now, seeing as I'm playing on an American server, I figured I'd embrace the culture a little bit and indulge in one of the country's oldest traditions. Violent capitalism. So I got some of my friends together and I made a nifty little Discord and I started spamming trade chat more than any of my competitors like the anime villain I am. Anytime a mage would whisper me, I'd go to their Warcraft logs and check if they needed any of the gear that I needed. And if they did, well, we'd be conveniently full on mages. How unfortunate. And somehow, by the time Raid came around, we had multiple Thunder Fury wielders, a Scarab Lord, and a High Warlord all in the raid ready to go. After a home run from Gar and a Shazra Shinobi, morale was still looking high and some pretty swanky items had dropped. Oh,
No way.
We defeated
What a run.
Ragnaros the Fire Lord, and it was time to let the vultures feast. I got a nice pair of Yeezys for pretty cheap. I got some sweet new gloves to finish up my 3-set, and won the tier 2 pants at a hearty 75 gold.
Damn.
After the rogues had finished bidding on their second-hand Eagle Bloodfang pants,
You are not a Chad. Oh, damn.
we decided it was time to start auctioning the most coveted of items. My feet pics! Whew! Hold on. You just looked at my feet. Wait, do you feel that? It's the cold, unblinking eyes of your ISP, hackers, and the Queen of England. But worry not, my dear viewer, because with ExpressVPN you can keep all of your activity hidden and encrypted, so that neither Her Majesty nor anyone else
That's
can
pretty
see what
good,
you're doing
Pint. That's
online.
pretty good.
Now you can watch all of those Felix
That's
makeup
pretty
tutorials you've been
good.
wanting to watch
Okay.
without anyone
Yep.
knowing. It's okay. The
Hashtag
secret's
ad.
safe with me. But that's not all. I know you have plenty of time to catch up on all those Netflix shows while you wait for Blizzard to fix Shadowlands PvP. What's that? The hip new show is region locked and you can't watch it? Well, with ExpressVPN, you can change your location with just one click and watch any
Nice.
show from anywhere in the world. Look at how easy it is. Even a mage could do it. Let's see, what do you guys
Especially
like?
a mage.
Oh, okay. So I decided to watch the critically acclaimed anime movie Mary and the Witch's Flower, which is only available in the US. But with ExpressVPN, I was able to change my location and
I'm
watch
not
the whole
skipping the
thing
ad.
without
I'm
a
watching
problem.
it.
And you know, I gotta say, I quite liked it. Wait a minute. This is copyright
We're watching
infringement.
through it all.
Expect to be hearing from my lawyer. Find out how you can get 3 months free by clicking the link in the description box below at expressvpn.com/pint. Back to the video.
Zara's biggest react is for the ad. Yeah, it was really clever because I was like, wait, what's going on? Where's he going with this feet pics thing? And he goes right into the VPN. That was brilliant. I'm taking hella notes. Hell yeah, I am.
Thanks to my Asmongolding, which is, yes, now a verb, I have been receiving hefty stimulus packages from simps and e-girls alike. And this allowed me to purchase the Talisman of Ephemeral Power for only 700 gold, which I could have spent on at least 1,400 Night Elf
Whoa,
lap
whoa,
dances,
whoa.
so
No, video's
maybe
not
it was a waste
monetized
of
now,
money.
Chi-Chi.
The Azure Song Mage Blade. I laid down hard with a fat 100. I know none of these other motherfuckers need this shit. I made sure of it.
Yeah. Okay,
That's
that's
how-
exactly what I do in the GDKPs that I used to like. I would only join a GDKP if I'm the only one that needs an item, because I'm not gonna try to bid up to like 1 billion gold. Or, you know what I'm saying? It's like I'm just gonna make sure I'm the only one that needs the item that I'm gonna roll on, and I did that with my freaking my haste trinket. What's it called? Mind quickening gem. And you know what happened to me? A freaking hunter rolled on it. A bid on it, and then a moonkin bid on it. And they bid it up to 5 or 6K, and I told the leader, I'm like, you can't do this. And he's like, of course I can. I'm the leader of the GDKP, and I still haven't recovered.
I got my Azure Song. Wait, no! What the fuck, dude? You're a warrior! I know what this is. This guy's trying to bid me up so I end up paying more gold. But I can't afford this, man. I give up. Wait. Oh.
Don't say anything.
I won't. Oh. Maybe socialism has its merits, after all.
Got the mage blade. Cha-ching.
Punt. As the righteous, upstanding, obviously good guy Alliance gnome that I once was, I must admit the dark side had clearly wormed its way into my heart. No longer was I the small gnome you've all come to know and love. Now I had become a big, fat, stinky Zug-Zug.
Oh no.
And since Horde are clearly the bad guys in World of Warcraft, it was time for me to claim my vengeance. Nay, justice. I figured Serenity would be my perfect target, so what dastardly plan could I conjure? Simple, really. Hit him with the oldest trick in the book.
Boom!
Goblin Sabotage and some AoE damage from a few mages can wipe an entire raid in seconds. So I had a team to assemble.
No way!
An entire raid in seconds. So I had a team.
I'm in this video! No, what a... I was not expecting that out of anything. What the hell? Whoa, that's a mind trip. I'm like, who is that loser? Oh my gosh.
First of all, set up a shadow Discord and get all of your mage friends in there. Set up a certain time and place to meet. Get an alliance tune to kill us in a very specific spot so that our bodies are hidden, but we can still res right where Serenity would be. But let's not forget the most important piece of the puzzle. My good friend Bradshaw. Bradshaw still raided with Serenity and thus would be my man on the inside. He would tell me what layer they were on, because back then layers were still a thing, but you know, they've since removed them, but you know, they were back then, it's old footage. So the night came, and half the mages on the roster didn't fucking show up, but that's okay, because we were all there at the gates of AQ.
Hell
ready
yeah.
to dunk on them hoes. We see them on the horizon,
yeah.
and suddenly all of my hardships, my pain,
Kill them
my
all.
suffering. Finally, a shot at redemption. A shot at justice.
Oh yeah. Please kill at least one of them. Oh no, wow, nice.
So yeah, we only killed like 3 people, but one of those
yeah, it's
people was
something.
Kitiara, who was usually Serenity's top pumping warrior, but he died on the first boss, so the fact that I killed him doesn't matter. So the next day I finished up a GDKP and I'm going to turn in my items when I see Serenity is summoning people on the roof to get their ZG buff. Well, I still have a couple sappers in my inventory, what if I just... After getting my ass promptly beat, my guild talks about needing some backup at the gates of AQ while they summon. I figured Serenity's raid time would be soon, so I head over to help out. My guild zoned into AQ, and shortly after, Serenity arrived at the gates, which I proudly defended to my extremely dying breath. Not gonna lie, boys, felt kinda humiliated at this point. Despite my later run-ins with Serenity being pretty coincidental, I presume they took it as an act of further aggression, so I decided to embrace my meme even further. All shall kneel beneath my foot, witness me, oh. So they kicked me from the guild Discord, and
F.
I don't know, man, maybe it wasn't worth it. Leveling a whole other character, crying about not getting given fuck that. This is the only fun I can have in this fucking game anymore.
Yeah,
Creating my
PvP's the
own
endgame.
roleplay PvP experience
Exactly.
is really fun. I'd
Yeah.
recommend it. Whether your character is Orcman McZuggyzug, who terrorizes the lobbies of Duskwood, or Sir Chad, the guy that PvPs without a chestplate and flexes after every kill.
Zarbarian.
Making a name for yourself with a fun PvP gimmick and a bit of a story is, in my opinion, one of the most fun things you can do in Classic.
Yep.
Because in the end, the only thing better than killing strangers online is killing your friends. I don't hate Serenity, I just want bloodshed. You think my conquest would be so easily thwarted by feelings? My friend, if I was going to give up so easily, I'd have already done it by now. This was
That was a
only
good
the
cock, I think,
beginning.
if that landed.
Soon I would begin my training with some of the most distinguished PvPers on the server, such as Wukul. Slowly my power grew, and I gained some mad clout in the white main PvP community.
Yeah.
I would make my faction proud. I'd already killed a few at the gates of AQ, so all I had to do was hunt down the rest of them and drive them into the ground like the dogs they are. Loktar, for the Alliance, kill number 1, Kitiara, again, because he was online, so... I head over to Booty Bay with a mage pal to pump some frostbolts into him. He pops shield wall, but unfortunately, that's not enough to save him from the fact that warriors, upon entering combat with a mage, are clinically diagnosed with erectile dysfunction, swiftly followed by deleting your character and turning you gay. I even managed to get a few bites in before we made our great escape. I'm passing BM right
I could
now, my
never
dude.
play a warrior
Kill number
into a
2
mage,
and
no way.
Zalia. I track him down to Eastern Playgrounds and I start hunting. I find him and clap his human female cheek several times. We have an epic chase scene which ends in him unfortunately dead yet again, followed by him taking res sickness and porting. Mwah. I decide to call it a night and I snuggle into bed feeling great about myself. And sleep without an ounce of remorse. I log on the next day and who do I find? Anzella. Oh, but he's AFK. I couldn't kill a man without him being here. I'll just lower his health so that when he comes back he can see my face before he eats the dirt. Feels pretty good to camp someone who has better gear than you. But eventually I got bored and moved on when I was told by Branchel that Anzella didn't know who I was and also didn't really speak English, so he couldn't understand my incessant shit talking. Now I already knew this was gonna take a while. So I thought back to my training and remembered the ancient technique passed down through generations. Young Pint, today I teach you the art of having more people on your team. So I began recruiting a valiant set of knights to do my bidding. I would be the Twitch Eagle streamer, and they, my humble chat mods. I'd reward them with 10 gold per kill and a shout out in my next video, so now the whole world knows that you guys are fucking cheap clout chasers, Lamau. And of course Serenity saw the bounty that I'd placed on them. Some would say it lacks subtlety, but I'd say it's an alpha gamer move. So, one late night in Hinterlands, my first pupil, Chillbra, head out to scoop up a couple kills on Shinari and he even cannibalized after. God, he makes me so
Should be an
proud.
extra gold
But
or
he
two.
didn't get the kill on the Thunder Fury tank, so I'm gonna have to bump him down to an A-. Still, that's 2 kills. Also, he killed Laser Chicken, but I don't know who that is, so. Next up, Melandra. After getting a sloppily screenshotted kill on Angelzor, she did manage to get a tasteful one-shot on Marty McFarty. And finally, Viscount. My right-hand man and my tier 3 sub. This guy leveled a Horde Toon just to help kill Serenity. He camped Silithus all day and night, and this guy had more kills on Serenity than me. Dude, he's dangerous. So I head over to Silithus to help him camp one night, and I see Tilo. This guy who laughed at me. We hit him with some pyroblasts until eventually he flies out of town, never to be seen again. Until Viscount pulls a 400 IQ move of predicting that he was going to Tanaris. We land in Gadget-san and see who other than T-Lol, who of course runs to the inn to use his hidden technique of logging off and shit-talking in Discord once again. We waited in the inn for him to log back on for a whole 50 minutes before we decided to pack it in for the night. And unfortunately, this was the beginning of a pattern with Serenity. The next day, I tracked down another member to Blackrock Depths, and I waited outside for 40 minutes, but he never came out. Even Melandra, in hopes to get some extra credit, and some boys from the guild camped the portal room to catch Serenity as they ported in. And while we spilt plenty of Alliance blood, none of it was Serenity. I even took my massacre to Ironforge, but still, no Serenity. Every day, the amount of people online in Serenity dwindled. I knew my time was limited, and in my desperation, I put up all the money that I had left. 1,000 gold to anyone who wiped Serenity. Chillbra and Viscount decided to plan the final assault. They gathered a much larger kill squad than last time, completely ready to kill Serenity once and for all, to claim the 1,000 gold bounty. But there they were, outside of AQ.
Nobody came? Come on.
It's been 3 weeks since Serenity has not been seen raiding. The raid leader left the guild amongst some others. Was it unrelated? Does having an angry LARPing gnome biting at your guild's ankles cause some damage over time, or am I giving myself too much credit?
Would you like to purchase something?
So, is this it? Did I win? The past few weeks have been some of the most fun I've had in Classic. The role-playing, the companionship, the enemies. Serenity may have died, but not in the way I'd hoped. When the ranking system and the raid buff culture offered no entertainment, Serenity was there to keep me playing. To give me a reason to log on, a reason to go out in the world.
Yeah, true.
But here I stand, with everything I ever wanted, and yet, at what cost? I have Mageblade, and although my slaughter was shorter than I'd hoped, here I am, missing Serenity. Because after all, what is the hunter without the hunt?
Aww. No, don't delete it. Oh, come on.
It's me, Pint, from Dancing.
Is it over?
Now,
Oh, no.
most of you people aren't subscribed, so
Subscribe and Patreon. Okay, that was a really good video. Thanks for the link, man. I feel like there's something, there must, guys, I've been debating this video for too damn long. Are you guys ready for this? I'm gonna call Soda. I don't know if he's gonna answer. He probably doesn't see it.
Yes, can I help you?
Oh, I don't know any of these YouTubers either, so it's fun to see these videos. Swakwictus Journey. I don't know if I'm saying that right. From level 1 to 60 in World of Warcraft Classics. This is like another series we're gonna get into starting now. Uber Danger, never heard of them, but thank you for sharing. Now we get to become more and more World of Warcraft educated.
This is the story of one man who's never played World of Warcraft
No wonder this has a
and
lot of
his
views.
crusade to conquer WoW Classic so that he could review the game for his YouTube gaming channel in an unbiased, objective manner without any nostalgia goggles. This is the tale of the sexiest Night Elf warrior coal miner that ever lived and her journey to save Azeroth with her ass. Now, why did I pick Night Elf? Well,
Obvious
I
reasons,
ruled out orcs,
probably.
taurens, trolls, and the undead because why pick Horde if I'm already a bad person in real life? I gotta
Okay.
roleplay a little bit. The choice
True.
then stood between Night Elf, Midget, Manlet, and regular human. Now, humans are great at everything,
Night Elf's a
but
good
who
choice.
the fuck
Yeah,
plays
fine.
an MMORPG to be the same dude they are in real life?
Yeah.
What kind of reprobate actually decides to make their character human god? As
Yeah, on top of that, who plays a human warrior? Because it's like you can be a warrior in real life. You can be a human in real life. You could be a human warrior in real life. You're playing a fantasy game. Play anything else besides... Can you guys think of a single streamer who plays a human warrior? Damn it, Asmongold.
for the class, you can't really go wrong with warrior. They train constantly and strive for perfection in armed combat, as I'll be able to tell you from my extensive MMORPG experience. That is to say about 800 hours on Flife and more on Adventure Quest games. I reckon I'm pretty Flife-pilled at this point,
Step on up.
which grants me access to forbidden knowledge. Any class that uses mana is schizophrenic. Any class that heals people is for subhumans. And the furry classes just aren't my cup of tea. Rogue was
I mean,
also
I
on the
agree with
table,
that.
but I went with Warrior. Anyways, I named my sexy fuck of a character Swakwictus. Don't fucking question it, it's the perfect name.
I'm
When it came
questioning
to
it.
picking a
What does
server,
that mean?
I didn't skip a beat. Noggenfogger was clearly the place for me. After a barely noticeable 3-hour queue time that I had to do twice, I was ready to
Oh,
experience
gosh.
the full blunt force of vanilla World of Warcraft.
Swakwictus. The journey begins. This video satire may contain mild video game nudity. Wait. Hold on, I need to make sure we're okay with all of this. And what could be some perceived as mildly inappropriate philosophical commentary. Okay, so it's satire, guys. It's a joke. To the YouTube employee who will no doubt review this video for monetization, please take the entire piece of content into consideration instead of casting it aside as inappropriate and offensive. Just because I said the words F and A in the first minute, I've made extensive efforts to fall within the YouTube TOS, and not in any way do I marginalize any groups or hurt anyone. This is just entertainment. Okay, satire, guys. It's jokes. All right.
Alright, how do you fucking play this game? The first thing that dawned on me was that the core element of gameplay is standing and hitting. And in retrospect, I couldn't even do that correctly. You'll notice that I keep pressing 1, enabling
No,
and disabling
on
attack
keybind
mode.
that, yeah.
If you're a WoW player, I get if this triggers you, but
Yeah.
it took me over 10 hours to figure out that I don't have to contract carpal tunnel to play the game.
Yeah,
in
just
vanilla
take it
WoW,
off the
there's
key-
no quest markers, and you have to actually read the quests
God,
and explore the
questy.
world to progress. It's almost as if the game developers intend for you to actually play the game as a person who's just come out of a 7-year-long kerfuffle with League of Legends. This whole immersive, well-designed gameplay is a bit off-putting, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. Being spoon-fed the lore, I take note that one of the very first quests revolves around opening up the borders to allow all the other races into our sacred lands. And I, for one, am glad to be here in this pivotal moment in time. This is an absolute win and a giant leap for freedom and progress. I'm certain it will have no unintended consequences down the line. I have been seriously poisoned. You must help me. Actually, I would, but you know, I gotta farm mobs. So, you know, good luck. In his native language, that actually means, bless the sacred tree of life.
I didn't know that.
Since I had not the faintest idea what I was doing in this game, I decided to domesticate the first player I ran into and make her my WoW GF. Me and Elizabeth started leveling together. Honestly, I consider it a pure stroke of luck that she dumped 14 years of her life into this game. She knew everything, down to the most minute detail of lore. It's honestly impressive. She's the one that taught me that you can take all your clothes off and dance. Listen, female night elf was the move. Night elves do front flips when you jump, and
I feel like bad looking at the screen, man. Like this is.
I made the right choice.
Guys.
I quickly came to learn that this game is all about partying up with other people and overcoming diversity. And no, I didn't mean adversity. Those darn gnomes can take their asses back to Namerigan where they belong. If the fact that the entire game revolves around standing and hitting is one of the game's weak points, then the atmosphere and immersion coupled with the legendary sound design is definitely one of the strong points. I'm actually enjoying the game way more than I thought I would. The formula is ridiculously simple. You find the strongest thing that won't kill you. Then you stand and hit enough of them till you become stronger. At times, you'll complete certain tasks which usually require you to stand and hit things. After which, you'll be rewarded with experience and items that'll make you stand longer and hit harder. And I'm not trying to downplay trading, questing with other players, learning skills like alchemy or crafting, or doing questionable things for monetary gains. I'm simply just making the argument that literally all those things and everything else in the game is entirely structured around improving the experience of standing and hitting. In a way, it's like Cookie Cutter, but with more world building. I kinda like it. Pretty good. This is where SWAT Richter's adventure kicked into overdrive. I fell off the edge of the map, only to discover that the entire starting island is actually this big-ass tree, and that you survive the fall into the water, only to be left with a simple choice. Personally, I drowned myself. Starvation just really isn't my thing. Eliza convinced me that my lot in life was to be a coal miner. I would later come to find that I'd fallen for one of the classic blunders. She merely wanted all the animals to herself so she could make bank skinning them. When confronted with the brutal reality of her betrayal, she made it up to me with a naked wetland run.
Follow me.
Allow me to explain. So Night Elves start in Teldrassil. Later in the game, you'd get access to Stormwind, where you can learn useful things like mastery of a two-hand.
Stormwind?
I need to get
Later in the game, you'd get access to Stormwind.
That's Nomergon. This is Ironforge. Stormwind's down here.
Wind, where you can learn useful things like mastery of a two-hand weapon or how to make rat kebabs. Two equally essential skills in life. Once you finish up questing in the starting area, you get access to Darkshore, and from there you can take a boat to Menethil Harbor. But first, you put all your equipment into the bank so it won't be broken by the countless deaths you may have to go through. And also, because then you're naked, and you're gonna be walking for like a fucking hour. You know they say it's lonely at the top. But I sure like the view. You jump off the boat and head through the Bluegill Marsh.
Wow.
It's at this point you're reminded that you're about to encounter a lot of mobs that are much, much stronger than you. You keep walking all the way past the Green Belt until you reach Thelgen Rock and the entrance to Don Moreau. At which point, you sit back and wait for someone else to attempt the wetland run. If they're damnable fools, they won't know they're about to run into the one mob that's pretty much a guaranteed death. Remember to smile from ear to ear as they take aggro and you watch them die in vain about a 20-minute walk from where they can resurrect. Now you're actually in the clear, and the run through Dunmore is a breeze. During the walk to Loch Modan, you'll notice that the contrast in colors is just way better in other areas than the Night Elf leveling zones. But as a Night Elf, you can do front flips and socialize with women, and that's a pearly padding if I've ever seen one.
Okay.
Alright, I guess you can't find a synonym for silver lining word for word, but I tried. I really did fucking try. Anyways, once you're through with Loch Modan, it's then time to cross the border and enter a place much too cold for two frail, skimpily dressed night elves. You take in the scenery of the snowy mountains as you make the trek to Ironforge, partially because there's a flight point, but primarily because now you can get smashed with your WoW GF. As you drink yourself into delirium, you realize it cost all the money you'd saved up in your 13 hours of game time, and it dawns on you that World of Warcraft isn't all that different from real life. Then, in an alcoholically induced stupor, you enter Tinkertown and use a flute to catch some rats that are then turned into rat kebabs. Because let's be honest, did you really have a good time drinking if you didn't slaughter a greasy kebab along the way? That was a rhetorical question. Once you've had your fun in Tinkertown, you take the Deep Run tram, which runs all the way below the Vanos Gaming Ocean, and then you finally arrive at your destination, Stormwind.
Best city ever. Ever. Oh, I have the chills. I just got the chills.
So yeah,
Oh,
Stormwind's
yeah.
pretty cool.
It is
As
pretty
an
cool.
extra delectable addition to the experience, Blizzard fucked some shit up and somehow got the entirety of Kalimdor kicked at the same time, whilst we were on the side of the world that didn't get Thanos snapped. I'll have you know I'm enough of a man to admit it. Alright, I'm having a good time here, this is fucking gameplay. Dumb enough to think I could stand on my own 2 feet, I parted ways with Eliza. I figured that to truly have an authentic experience, I could have someone walk me through the entire game. I returned to Darkshore and almost immediately proceeded to be soft-locked by a graveyard skip for a solid 45 minutes. I'd gone just past this point and died, which changed the Resurrection Shrine to all the way down here, where the mobs are just way fucking stronger and just kill me. Especially if you take into
All red
consideration
armor.
the
Yep.
fact that all of my armor is now broke. But I gotta walk the whole way back. But then every time I revived my corpse, they would just kill me, and I would just come up with a new strategy. Why don't I just
Love it.
walk the whole way in wisp form, just, you know, bite the bullet, and then I'll just revive there. But, you know... What?! I went all the fucking way to up there to use the fucking spirit heal.
I learned this the other week. So I was being camped by a bunch of Horde players. Not because they are better than me, because I was lagging. My internet was being really shady. I couldn't like 1v15 them like I normally would because my internet. And so I died. Anyway, I was dead in the graveyard and I was being camped over and over and over again. So I went to the other graveyard to try to resurrect, and it brings you back to the same graveyard.
I'm out of range.
Yeah, I don't know if that's intended. Maybe it is. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. But then I died again because my internet was acting up again. But yeah, I'm enjoying this from for like a really interesting reason. It's cool to see World of Warcraft under the guise of someone who's like never played, because there's so many things that if you've been playing WoW for 20 years, wow, it's been 20 years. If you've been playing WoW for 20 years, it's just automatic. Like, you just stop thinking about these things. But when you watch someone with a completely fresh perspective, it's like, oh yeah, that is kind of funny, or that is kind of interesting, or that is kind of weird. And it's all the thoughts that we had 20 years ago. I just long forgot about them because I've been playing the game for so long.
Healer, and then it spirit healed me all the way down here, and now I'm in the same predicament, and I can't. For 45 minutes, and it was at this very moment that I began to doubt the path I'd chosen. Was I really the right type of person to experience this game to a point where I'd have fair grounds on which to even review it? That seed of doubt would taint my mind and eventually bloom to become a jungle of suspicion and uncertainty. Could I in fact be one of those fucking normies that played this game for 2 weeks and forever after proclaimed that it's just not their thing? Only time will tell.
No.
All I know is I caved in and had my bangin' WoW GF walk me through a couple more quests and teach me
You're
the
about to
game
run out of
just a bit
breath.
more. Being a beginner in World of Warcraft
Watch your
without any
breath.
MMO experience in the last 10 years of my life is a bit like choking on a fucking anus.
still spamming
Although
one.
whilst it's happening, you realize you're actually kinda into it. Allow me to explain. At first, your coping mechanisms kick in.
what?
This game is cookie clicker. I'm just standing and hitting. The Horde players in Ashenvale need a fucking therapist. But then,
The battle for Ashenvale.
the part where you're not standing and hitting reels you back in, which leads you on a pilgrimage of exploration throughout Azeroth. About to go to bed at 11 a.m., I ask myself,
11 a.m.
why did I
Been
just
there,
spend
bro.
5 hours randomly exploring with no direction when I could have just Googled the next appropriate zone for my character? Oh yeah, that's right, because if I try to look up a guide,
Warriors were the worst class in the game at leveling by such a large margin, it's not even close.
The warrior is widely known as the worst leveling class or solo leveling class in the game.
They are definitely
Yeah, true.
challenging. They have slow leveling, low mobility, low sustain, high gear dependence,
Yeah.
dependence on consumables, costly repairs.
let me get this straight,
Yeah.
right? Leveling is you going through all the 60 levels. One could argue that's at least a good chunk of the game.
Don't click your.
Apparently,
Oh.
my class is undisputedly the worst at this, and
Yeah.
by a large margin. And the only solution,
You need gear, you need gear, you need gear. Warriors need lots of gear.
of
Yeah.
which I have none. So this is the current questing experience as a warrior.
That's why solo self-found hardcore warrior is the ultimate challenge. Like, it's just so fun because you have no gear to scale your character, so hardcore becomes really hard, and the content just becomes really challenging in and of itself. Or you don't even have to make it hard; it's just hard.
You attempt to pull only one mob. If successful, you kill it, regenerate your health, and repeat. It truly is fucking rough out here.
True.
What then completely demoralized me though was about halfway into the YouTube guide.
You want to switch these to strafe left and strafe right instead. That's right.
Yeah.
No more keyboard turning, friends. This leaves all of your character turning to your mouse, actually.
Yeah, there
They
we
want
go.
me to set up key bindings and constantly perform this frame-perfect stutter step to optimally kite every enemy.
Yeah.
Literal arthritis aside, the day you see me R-block trickshot optimal in World of Warcraft is the day you know this game poisoned my soul. I said fuck the hamstring stutter step, I'll just play the game my own way.
Oh, no.
I finished up all
Oh,
the
come
quests in
on.
Darkshore. I'd say the highlights were giving this guy a good time in exchange for food and buffs. Wiping on the group quest where you gotta protect this guy 4 times in a row,
That's
then
tough.
admitting we need a healer. After which we proceed to wipe a 5th time since our healer
the red
simply
mobs.
forgot to heal the guy we were protecting. Certainly a slight
don't think you can heal
oversight.
that guy.
Remember to get past all the murlocs and
remember
get
that.
the relic before you run out of breath.
Oh no.
Pour some jazz powder over the red crystal, and that's pretty much all that stood out to me. Ashenvale is bleak and hollow, so void of life, and I was desperate to get to a different part of the game. When opportunity presented itself, it almost seemed too good to be true. And it was too good to be true. You see, I couldn't figure out how to finish a quest, and these 2 malicious druids in my party convinced me that it was actually a whole escort mission, and that I was ready to proceed to the next zone in the game, Ashenvale. Now, Kerlonian Evershade walks
Let me get this straight. Swak Wictus, what the hell does that mean? Went all the way from Teldrassil to Ironforge, took the tram to Stormwind, to presumably level in Westfall, and then decides to go back to Darkshore. Okay. Yeah, okay. Got it.
just at the wrong movement speed,
Got it.
all the way deep into Ashenvale.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
He sporadically falls into an emerald dream nap, and you'll encounter a multitude of dumb bad boys along the way. I walked with these people. I walked with these people for 20 fucking minutes for for them to turn in their quest, kick me from the party, and leave me alone deep behind enemy lines in a heavily horde contested area. I tried completing some quests, but I kept getting PK'd time and time again, having been humbled and shook by trials and tribulations.
I like how the one keybind is still there, man.
One question remained.
Take it
Would
off.
this be the end of the road for our hero, or would Swak Wictus prevail and conquer? Would Danger Bro turn out to be an absolute normie with not the slightest claim to fame as a certified nerd gangster? Or would he get gear, and lots of gear? I guess only time will tell.
Alright, episode 1, Swak Wictus. Very nice. Very, very nice. It's really cool to relive a fresh player experience in World of Warcraft because you can only get it once. Like, when someone plays WoW for the first time, I'm actually jealous of them. Because I'm like, oh yeah, you get to experience the novelty of life in the world of Warcraft, right? Like, it's fantastic. Like, you get to smell the salt from the beaches in Darkshore. You get to kind of experience brand new quests and storylines and death and resurrection, and I mean, it's really the full story, man. It's fantastic. But once you play the game for 20 years, it's like, hurry up. I know this quest. I've done it 40 times. Give me my next upgrade. Damn it, Blizzard. You know, so it's nice. It's really refreshing. We'll watch episode 2 tomorrow. Well, we could actually, yo, Chad, you guys want 2 today? We could double dose Uber Danger today if you guys really want. You want a double dose? We'll do 2. We'll do 2 today. We'll double dose. I'll give you guys approximately 3 more seconds to finish the rip. 3, 2, 1. I bet you can't keep the hype train going all video. Okay, let's watch
Our hero
this.
was trapped
Episode
deep
2.
in Horde territory at nearly level 19. You might recall the predicament of self-doubt and absolute fear of failure. But I pushed through it. Because I realized just how far I've come. When I started out, I had nothing. Now, I've turned up the graphic settings, and I have a cape. And you happen to have come upon a glorious occasion. You see, it's time for my tuffle with the first major dungeon in our journey, Dead Mines. Spend enough time in Azeroth, and you learn to improvise, adapt, and overcome. In the situation you're witnessing,
that's really smart.
many would make the mistake of helping the fellow Alliance player.
That's
the
not
intellectual,
an alliance. That's an NPC, bud.
I can't carry anymore.
molded by countless deaths, knows that the only means to an end is getting gear, and lots of gear. Instead of risking it for the biscuit, I make sure to loot this rusty chest for any goods. 25 copper and a broken lock. I make off like a bandit. In this game, you gotta know when to be a hero and when to look out for number 1. On the surface, Azeroth is adventurous and splendid, but in reality, it's a social-political nightmare RP sandbox. You never know what foolish fuckery you might run into. You may, in fact, spontaneously combust. Now, the Horde gank was expected, but imagine my surprise when I rezzed the Spirit Healer just to be met by Helcular's remains. A mob so much stronger than me that I see a skull instead of its level. A mob who will chase you down and make you his bitch. You may be surrounded by Horde scum and have them grant you mercy if you wave back, just to get smacked in the back of the head by a troll 2 minutes later. This fucking psychopath just hit me a couple times and watched me get mauled by a wolf. And it is in fact not unusual to have an orc moonwalk on your corpse. As you can
Bro, watching this is somehow making me nostalgic of Classic Era. And I've played so much Classic Era this past year. I've played nothing else beside. How am I nostalgic for something I've been playing so much of? I guess I haven't played Classic Era in like a month or something. No, it's only been like 2 weeks. Yeah, it's only been like 2 weeks, but watching this makes me nostalgic about it.
I'm out of range.
imagine, I grew weary of Ashenvale quickly. I took the Hearthstone back to Darnassus. Take note of the high-level spinning technique that my WoW GF taught me. By the way, she hasn't spoken to me in weeks. I wouldn't have long to dwell on it though. So before leaving Darnassus, I was swiftly disconnected, courtesy of Blizzard's patented gruesome servers. After the brief intermission, our journey to Westfall began. I sailed to Darkshore, and from there to Menethil Harbor. Along the way, I pondered life's greatest questions. Why does dual wielding give you a 19% miss chance?
Yeah, it is
Why
kinda
did I
weird.
choose Noggin Fodder for the name instead of the server my friends play on? Why did I
That's
get
true.
invited to the Nogger Nations Guild? Why did I accept? Are robots gonna take all our jobs? How will we combat climate change, overpopulation, and deal with the threat of AI? When will China start World War III?
Oh my
Why does
gosh.
white monster with rosé wine actually fucking bang? Boomer juice, by the way. Then I flew to Stormwind. And from Stormwind, I traveled on foot to
okay,
Westfall.
okay.
When I arrived at my final destination, Sentinel Hill... Sentinel...
Sentinel Hill.
I might actually break my fucking monitor. Sentinel Hill.
You said you're right.
I have anger
Sentinel Hill.
problems.
Yeah.
I began a series of grueling tasks known as the Dead Mines quest chain. Not difficult in the slightest, just fucking horrid. First, I've got to kill this guy who can be anywhere from here to here patrolling. Mind you, there's
Wait, no. Technically,
horrid. First, I've got to
technically
kill
the
this
patrol
guy
is
who
even
can be
longer.
anywhere from here
I think he goes up even further, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure the patrol's
to
even
here
longer.
patrolling. Mind you, there's lots of people in this quest, and you're more likely to run into his corpse. Then I travel halfway across the world to deliver a letter. There's literally a mailing system in this world, so I don't see why that would ever be necessary. By the way, it's 4 letters, not 1. It's back and forth in different places. Follow that up with an escort mission, and you have the unholy trifecta of gruesome game mechanics. Now pay close attention, alright? 1:20 a.m. I met Mike Miller and bought 40 loaves of bread. It was at this point that I was ready to bust down the Dead Mines dungeon. Now the question is, how did I end up at 4:20 a.m. still not having completed the dungeon at a naked gnome twerk party of all places? Well, this is what happened. First, we got a group together that seemed to have a decent shot. We had a tank, a healer. It was good times, happy vibes, and smiles all around. We started making our way into the Dead Mines just before the weekly realm restart. What I would consider to be our first crucial mistake. We decided to meet up again in half an hour. When we all logged on, our tank Glowin was missing, and a paladin offered to be our 5th. Without hesitation, I invited Fuck to the party. 2 minutes later, our tank came online and said that he was on the way. Our group was in disarray, unsure how to proceed, and in need of leader.
Do you kick the player you just invited, or do you tell the tank that he was too late? I think you tell the tank he was too late and you got replaced. You can't. What? You kick him? No! You don't kick the new guy. You already invited him. That's like giving someone something to borrow, realizing you need it, and then say, "Oh, I actually need that back." Like, that's probably not a good example.
Leadership. They looked to me for guidance. I suggested a democratic vote, and to quote myself, I vote we just do it with the current party, cause I'm a bit of a cunt.
Wait, does that make me a C word? Like, I would probably do it with the current party too. I don't think inviting the other guy back and kicking the player you just invited is that nice. The other player took too long to log in. That's their fault.
Was our second crucial mistake. You see, Glowin was loyal and determined, strong but gentle. Fuck, on the other hand, was an irredeemable bastard. He needed for the blue drop even though it wasn't an upgrade for him. Got it, then proceeded to pull an entire room of mobs, get our whole party killed, and immediately leave us with no tank at 4 a.m. This was the karma we got
Wait,
for
what do you mean no tank? You're the damn tank, bro. You're a level 21 warrior with a shield.
turning our backs on Glowin. Now naturally, some would argue that I could have tanked, but I wanted to dual wield with a 19% miss chance, so you can see why that wasn't on the table. It was here late at night that Hellmistress and I got to know each other. We had a hell of a good time waiting for the rest of the party. Our Chad Warlock Ninpu sat down to enjoy the show, and he had but one thing to say.
Wait, our Chad what?
Warlock Ninpu sat each other. We had a hell of a good time waiting for the rest of the party. Our Chad Warlock Ninpu sat down to
Our Chad Warlock? That's a rogue. Did he say our Chad Warlock?
enjoy the show, and he had but one thing to say. So who do we invite? Very good question. I pulled in the only alpha male in sight for a private show in the minecart. You gotta do what you gotta do to keep the party together at 4 a.m. Even if that means saving Azeroth with your ass. I knew I was killing it when he uttered maximum comfy. Not long after, our gnome Avery overreached and presumed that he could take a front row seat. I immediately scolded him and told him to know his place. When he then rudely requested that Hellmistress danced for him up close, I immediately knew that we were gonna have a fucking problem here. We stripped him naked and made him dance for our amusement. Admittedly, he was a pretty good jester, although that didn't stop Hellmistress from leaving due to the severe social misstep by the gnome scum. Luckily, she was easily replaceable. Then an hour passed, and we had yet to find a tank. We were collectively about to give up, but then Muffy appeared out of nowhere, as sent from the heavens. 5 a.m., cock in hand, ready to rumble. We were gonna give Deadmines a third shot. What ensued was nothing less than perfection. We all knew this was the last run of the night, our final opportunity to not feel like we just wasted our lives to watch a gnome twerk. Then came the moment of pre-traumatic stress disorder, also known as anxiety, when we opened the door to the room we wiped in, which we then obliterated with calculated primal fucking hatred. The game actually has elements of genuine strategy at this point. Having played for over 50 hours, I realized the experience of standing and hitting has actually improved by a significant margin. I'd love to tell you a little about the lore of this dungeon and the Defiance gang, but to be honest, I didn't pay attention, not even a little bit. These guys are also in Hearthstone though, so I reckon that's probably where the devs took inspiration from. Then we find gunpowder and bust down this door with a massive cannon.
You there, check out that noise.
And that's when we hear Mr. Smite for the first time. Slowly but surely, we methodically take out all the things in the way of my goal, completing my first dungeon. I can taste it. When you walk up on Mr. Smite, you get ambushed. Now for a casual group of WoW enthusiasts, this part is actually rather difficult, but for a group of war-hardened fucking animals up at 5 a.m., it really is benign and laughable. Notice the perfect coordination. I aggro the two mobs and the healer focuses on keeping me alive, whilst Muffy takes on the big guy. We make quick work of the two weaklings, and then focus the full blunt force of our emotional instability on the Don, the big cheese, Mr. Smite. Also canonically referred to as Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide! Now you're making me angry!
Now he's angry, so he pulls out the ultimate weapon, Smite's Hammer. Something he should have done from the beginning rather than right before dying. But I digress. Against all odds, the hammer actually fucking drops, and I can tell it's a massive stat upgrade for me. Now let me explain how item drops work in dungeons. You can either greed, need, or pass. If all 5 players greed, each of them roll a number, and the one with the highest number gets the drop. If any players need, then it's a roll between those players, because that takes priority. One by one, I saw all my comrades in good faith press greed and not need.
It's not in good faith. I mean, there's a rogue can't use it, priest or healer can't use it, the rogue lock can't use it. It's yours, bro.
There I stood, with the power in my hands. It was up to me. I'd never had a blue item before, and the choice was mine. It was so tempting, yet I recall a promise I made to myself a long time ago, that I would live a kind, humble life of self-reflection and morality. I press greed.
No, you're the only one that needs it. The other warrior didn't. What? This is just virtue signaling at this point. Like, bro, no one else needs it. It's an upgrade.
With absolute vengeance and fury, roll a 72 to receive Smite's Hammer. Now I'm not a salty loser, anyway. But I am one hell of a cunty winner. I make sure to inform the others that he who greeds as the 5th man has a good heart. As we make our way up to the
I can't attack that target.
Hello.
What are you looking for?
Final challenge, Edwin Van Cleef. Actually, it's at this very moment that the game starts playing Jornio's theme. I'm pleasantly surprised they licensed that into WoW Classic, but it definitely hypes you up for the final battle. After blowing him a kiss and waving at him, it's time to stop the fun time happy hour and enter go mode. Now I knew shit was going sideways when Muffy fell. When the mobs then started targeting our healer, I did the only sensible thing. Ignore it entirely and focus on the boss. I managed to take him down while our healer got slaughtered. But I'm an optimist. I can always see the positive side, like how the gnome scum fell shortly after.
Can I do this? Come on.
It was then up to me and our Chad Warlock.
You have a
Who
pot.
actually, now that I look back at the footage, is a rogue and not a warlock.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing it over.
You got
Besides
this,
the
you
point.
got
Whatever.
this. Come on,
fuck.
come on.
It's up to me and Ninpu, the higher intellects of the group, who dual wield one-handed weapons with a 19% miss chance. And I can't think of any reason why our DPS would be inadequate. Surely the healer and tank are at fault for dying here. Finally, we prevail, just to see Edwin Van Queef drop a sick set chest piece. Ninpu selects need. I select need. Eliatra selects need.
Kneading on the leather. I mean, it's really good for a warrior. Okay, I mean, sure, okay.
And our brainlet gnome player selects greed. Ninpu rolls a 10. Eliatra rolls a 69. Yours truly? Fucking 80! Boom! Real gamer hours! Ninpu says fuck my life and rage quits. And there I stood, entirely fulfilled, in pure pleasure, waiting for the others to return. Dare I say, chillin' like a villain. My comrades return, and we agree to kill the Cookie Monster.
Cookie, yeah.
However, I proceed to...
I forgot about this. Back in the day, after Edwin dies, half the group leaves, and then the other half of the group's like, well, should we try to kill Cookie? That was like a very common occurrence. Like, most people would just leave before Cookie was dead. And all the gear's yellow and broken. There's like 4 people here instead of 5. This is a recipe for disaster.
Fall down and aggro all these mobs. The boy then came to the rescue, but I know a losing battle when I see one. I make my escape down the only path available to me, and run for my fucking life. Being chased by goblins, bandits, and murlocs, I can't help but feel that I should have been the one to resurrect and walk 15 minutes to my corpse, and they should have been the ones to escape. But of course, there's no need to cry over spilled milk. In World of Warcraft, the day-night cycle is the same as real time, and as I exit the dungeon, I see the sun rising.
I feel so bad for the... Was it a priest healer and a warlock? They don't get even a chance at the wand? Like,
See? It's not all that different from real life.
Not bad.
I hand in the Dead Mines quest and go repair my armor, then take a small detour to the Ironforge Weapons Master so that we can skank out with this new hammer. By the way, using a weapon class for the first time gives the phrase, a swing and a miss, a whole new meaning. After testing out Smite's hammer, I went back to the place that made me realize World of Warcraft is indeed a fucker's game, Ashenvale, the Los Angeles of Azeroth. And from there, I journeyed into uncharted territory, the Stone Talon Mountains. It was time for the Horde shitheads to pay the price of being on the wrong side of history. I had a blast murdering these fucking losers time and time again. There's nothing quite like seeing a man die. Here we go again. And walk all the way to his corpse just to get obliterated again, forcing them to reset the spirit healer, breaking all their equipment by 25%, and
Doesn't work in PvP though.
Providing them with an unfortunate resurrection sickness that makes them 75% weaker for 10 minutes. That is the real payoff in WoW. You get to make other people waste so much fucking time, and in a manner that's intensely aggravating. It's fucking sick. Unfortunately for me, I would at this point come to learn that what comes around goes around. The players I'd been tormenting ended up grouping up and spreading the word of my misdeeds. Considering I was the only Alliance player in this area, I now went through retribution of the highest caliber. When leaving the area after numerous deaths, I thought that my peril for the night was over. God, was I wrong. I went into a cursed land known as the Charred Vale, just to complete one simple quest. There are these 4 mobs,
Yeah,
and I
it's a
gotta
long
kill 7 of
quest.
each. Simple enough, right? Except for the fact that the Charred Vale is packed to the brim with Horde players. So the experience goes a bit like this. Find and kill one of the mobs, and then I die, courtesy of some cunt Horde player.
Yeah.
Got it. Then I walk all the way to my corpse, and repeat. Sometimes the experience is actually a bit different and varied, because I'll also just die to the mobs. I should have just given up, but for whatever reason, I was hell-bent on finishing this godforsaken
Gotta finish
fucking
the quest.
quest.
You gotta
This guy
finish it.
fucking ate my corpse. But World of Warcraft has really diverse gameplay, you know? You never know if you're gonna die to the Horde gank, or the mobs, or the very Blizzard servers themselves.
Oh, no.
It took me an hour and a half. I went through this bullshit until 4 a.m., at which point I left the Stone Talon Mountains to never return. Now, you might recall a certain apathy regarding the fact that I can only fight one mob at once, but after 70 hours of game time, you can do this.
Oh, yeah.
You fucking warlocks!
Notice how I level up right before dying to the last Murloc.
Oh, that was
I consider
perfect.
that one of my more precise calculations. Interestingly, I had to play for over 70 hours before being able to take on more than one enemy at a time. And I can't do that very often considering retaliation is on a half-hour cooldown. And you might still just fucking die.
Yeah.
This is a fucker's game. Yet, it's a fucker's game with one redeeming quality. This gnome wanted to buy an axe off me for 1 gold. He then realizes mid-trade that he doesn't have 1 gold at all.
Oh.
I tell him I'll hold on to the axe for him until he gets the money, on the premise that he takes all his clothes off and fills out the only appropriate function in society for a gnome, dancing naked for my amusement.
Is this a role-playing... Is Uber Danger on a role-playing server? Is Noggenfogger a role-playing server? It's not, right? But he's doing it anyway. No, okay. This is a PvP realm, but he's still stripping down gnomes. Okay, I just wanted to get that straight in my head. Okay.
Did I ever end up selling him the axe?
To be continued. We will maybe, maybe, bro, maybe. If not, we'll just stay in the graveyard. Oh my god. Now we have the point of no return. Uber Danger episode 3. Let's continue on to the series. That's a big banana. I mean, it's really not that big of a banana. It's literally, it's really not. Like for reference, this is like my fate. Okay, we'll get this video started.
Time, our hero sold a gnome an axe after making him dance naked, had a 4 a.m. twerk party in the Dead Mines dungeon, attained 2 pieces of blue gear, and got slaughtered by the Horde countless times. Continuing the adventure, I traveled to Lakeshire and contracted scoliosis after drinking an indigenous brew of psychoactive alkaloids. Swakwicktus would come to find that when you're under a 10-minute scoliosis debuff, there's nothing you can do but just wait it out and let nature run its course. By the way, due to my own scoliosis, I get to make as many jokes as I want. I wish I was straight, but God made me this way. Y'all ever had so much gangster lean you'd need surgery to get rid of it? Pause for laughter. This is where you laugh. I'm trying to remember a joke someone told me about a week back, but I can't get it straight. Honestly, as a person with scoliosis, I don't think I'm that different. I'm like a normal guy, but with a twist. I then tried fishing with these 2 kids, only to realize that the dwarven fishing pole I had was actually a gun. The downside was that Roger and Jemin would have to fish on their own. The silver lining was that I now had a fucking gat. After doing parkour for 15 minutes to get on top of this building, by the way, I live a very fulfilling life, I found a group to take down one bad hombre of an elite mob, Gathilzog. This was the first time I'll use corpse running as a legitimate strategy. You run up to his castle and die. Then you zoom right past the ridiculous number of elite mobs that occupy the castle and go straight to the throne room, where you all resurrect at the same time. That is if I had actually paid any attention to the instructions. Now, optimally, this is where we'd all res, take out the 2 regular elite mobs, regenerate all our health, and take out Gathilnog. But need I remind you that WoW Classic is a fuckers game. Half our party wipes just fighting the first 2 dudes. And it was whilst awaiting their return that I noticed Blizzard had changed our guild name. Not a good look. Anyways, we all ready up for the fight. They give me the green light to—
Wait, what was the old guild name? I'm trying to remember. Was it Pornhub or something? From the other video? I think it was like... Yeah, it was literally just Pornhub. I was thinking in my head, that's gonna get banned. And then it did.
get this show on the road. I charge in, forget to pop my healing potion, and pretty much get murked.
Oh, you're right. No, that was another guild. The guild was Nogger... Okay, yeah. Like instead of Noggin Fox, okay.
Immediately. Without a tank, everyone dies and half the party leaves. Luckily, it is a pretty popular quest, so we quickly got replacements. Although we did have to wait for them to go through the process of corpse walking. This time around, we hit it like it's Y2K. I fear the mobs, completely ruining the fight for everyone. I was then banished from playing the game for like 15 seconds. It's a reoccurring theme in WoW to be CC'd for over 10 seconds, and in retrospect, this actually saved me from dying. In my opinion, Gathilzog is a bit of a boss man G when you really get down to brass tacks. Not a good day to be our mage though. I managed to loot Gathilzog's head moments before dying and say sayonara, it's been my utmost pleasure, and I'm moving on to the next quest, losers.
I love how it's just constant red gear at any point in the series. Look at the... Oh, my camera's blocking it. Look at the upper right. It's just constant gear, fully red, broken, like every time. It's great.
Utmost pleasure, and I'm moving on to the next quest, losers. And in light of recent demonetizations, you will not be seeing any more naked gnomes on this channel. It's entirely my fault for thinking YouTube could handle such graphic content. I have come up with a new motto to show that I truly have changed. I say, Azeroth for all. So let's just all have a good friendly time here. Let's just have some fun. See, that's what I love about the classic community. It's just a community, and it's just... And if I recall correctly, I then went into the Stockades dungeon and wiped immediately. Then I involuntarily left the party. In a moment of despair, I actually considered buying a new WoW GF, but saner minds prevailed. Then I leveled to the appropriate level, got a bit of gear. You know, you need a little bit of gear in World of Warcraft. And then I tried the Stockades dungeon for real this time. We make it to the final boss, where I tactically decide to fear the mobs, completely ruining the fight for everyone. The feared mobs then go on to aggro every remaining enemy in the dungeon. We almost immediately wipe and have to run all the way back, and our healer really wasn't on point for this one, I have to say. But with World of Warcraft, you never know what to expect. You never know if you're gonna fuck everything up, or if the servers are gonna disconnect, or maybe it's, what's the mix-up? Reversal, and the boss actually fears you into all the other mobs, aggroing them, making your party wipe, having to walk all the way back.
I love it. I love it.
This is my real laughter. Deadmines is engaging and really well designed, whereas the Stockades is boring and shit, which is exactly why I did it twice. I hadn't picked the quest chain that leads to the Seal of Rin, a ring I really wanted. I wish someone had told me that I didn't have to do the dungeon for a second time, but I suppose it's a learning experience. Now you might recall the gnome who I made. Well, he messaged me out of the blue with an item upgrade. That's actually happy vibes and good karma. He requests that we do Stockades before handing it over. After painstakingly going through Stockades for the 3rd time, he informs me that it's his weapon and he'd never give it to me. Now there are many things I wish to call this gnome, all of which would leave me restricted by my technocratic overlords, so I'm just gonna tell you what happened next. I found the answer to the question: what would happen if you fell off a boat right before the zone that loads into the Eastern Kingdoms? Well, you'd have a very long time to think about the consequences of your actions.
Oh, that
Then I killed some
sucks.
cows. And I found out the hard way you're not supposed to walk anywhere near the Terran Mill Death Guards. Then I took my frustrations out on—
This is why hardcore WoW is so fun. There's so many things in WoW that can just get you killed unless you know not to do them. Like falling off a boat and getting fatigued, you're like running into a city that you're not supposed to, like hard quests, like accidentally flagging like this because his name is green and getting killed by PvP. I mean, yeah, it owns.
This poor hunter who was just looking to level in peace grew tired of WoW PvP when I was quickly reminded that mages can just freeze you and blink away. Found the Stonehenge and decided to check my mailbox. I was kinda hoping you guys had sent me a bunch of gold so I could skank through this game like a primal fucking animal. Yet all I got was 69 copper, a glass of milk, and a note telling me to stick my hand inside. And just when you think you've seen it all, you realize World of Warcraft has so much more to offer. We tried to kill Balgaraz the Foul and died 5 times in a row, at which point I decided that all the events that had just transpired simply wasn't gonna cut it. I would have to redeem the current state of affairs by entering yet another dungeon. I returned to Ashenvale, the southeast London of Azeroth, and subjected myself to a ghastly experience. I believe that entering Black Fathom Deeps when the hour's about to ding midnight is about as close as you can get to simulating the conditions in a black hole. You start by finding a group of moderately intelligent humans with nothing better to do on a Tuesday night. On your way through Ashenvale and Zaram Strand, you may encounter harsh adversity, which you must overcome. Jump down this water temple and swim into these narrow underground tunnels. Now mind you, we're still in contested territory, so you may run into a sizable group of Horde players. Naturally, I did the only responsible thing and immediately ambushed them. Naturally, I did the only responsible thing and immediately ambushed them. Naturally, I did the only responsible thing and immediately ambushed them. Sorry, you know, times are tough. I had to outsource all my editing to a guy in Bangladesh. So if any of it seems poorly cut together, immediately ambushed them. Bangladesh. Times are tough. It was rather unfortunate that they were 2 groups. killed us, camped our corpses for 10 minutes,
Yeah.
and then eventually moved on. We got absolutely cucked, having to move a safe distance behind them at a snail's pace, missing out on all the XP and items. After going through the death tunnels, we entered Black Fathom Depths.
All in, all in.
Little did we know, we had a long night ahead of us. This is how you can tell I was less of a Super Mario 64 person and more of a
There.
Diddy Kong Racing person.
No!
Boom. Now there's 2 quests for this dungeon that rely on RNG, and I'll have you know I
skipped that
completed
one.
neither. Drop rates in WoW Classic are notorious for being unreasonably low and very inconsistent,
He's so
or as
small.
the community would put it, incredibly rewarding. BFD is definitely a much cooler dungeon than Stockades. You got a variety of different enemies, and it's set in this underwater cavern where you have to clear out sea witches before swimming through underwater tunnels. You get vibrant neon-esque green and purple colors saturated to the gills. The item drops are actually worthwhile, and I'd put this on par with Deadmines. It's just really well made. Other than fighting a few
BFD is not as good as Deadmines, and it's not called Deadmines, it's VC. Okay, but we can forgive him. It's
Murlocs and Sea Threshers in Darkshore, this is the first time I really got my feet wet with underwater combat, and we were fucking killing it. I was beginning to think that this was going to be a pretty clean run without any hiccups. That is until we reached the Temple of the Old Gods, or rather the entrance to the temple. This was the very moment where the extent of our ability to operate as a unit was revealed. We weren't very good. Zippin, bad effort, and yours truly tried fighting the mobs up on this sidewalk, until Dazar said, "Come down, quick," at which point, 1 minute later, I immediately jumped down whilst the others stayed up top. As I tried to save Dazar, Hrothgar aggroes all the mobs and take them up to where I just jumped down from. Bad effort, our healer, lives up to his name and proceeds to flee the fight with full health. We then got sandwiched in the worst way possible and all died. Then it dawned on me that you have to walk all the way from the entrance to Ashenvale, through Zoram Strand, over to the temple, through the underwater caverns, to then enter BFD, and walk all the way through the dungeon every time you wipe. Something I would describe as a tedious process. So one could only hope that we weren't gonna die anymore.
Ha ha ha. Dust to dust.
We made our way through the mobs that had previously brought us trouble, rolled for a chest, I didn't get it, and then jumped in the water to kill the old Sarakis. Once we slay the beast, I need for a cape that I have no use for, and get promptly disconnected from the Blizzard multiplayer experience.
Oh, no.
When I log back in, I can
Not
see
drown,
I won the
okay,
cape.
nice.
It's got pretty much the same stats as my current one, but it's green. Now that I really get a good look at it, I think I prefer the old one. Now,
Yeah, wait. The old one was better, wasn't it?
back in,
Hold
I
on.
can see I won the cape. It's got pretty much the same
Stamina, agility, pretty much the same stats as strength, spirit. What do you mean, pretty much the same stats, Uber? Go with the stamina owns. What are we talking about? Stamina agi.
stats as my current one, but it's green. Now that I really get a good look at it, I think I prefer the old one. Now, Dazar was a war-hardened WoW
Dazar.
veteran. He knew this dungeon
The
in and out,
biggest
so the
bomb.
smart thing to do would be to just listen to his instructions as he knew his shit. He informs us to just pull 1 or 2 mobs at a time and fight them outside the temple. We do it and clear out all the smaller mobs. So far, so good. Now he'd been preparing us for the boss fight. He told us for the last hour, over and over again, that once we kill the boss, we just shouldn't click anything. Something we've all agreed to on multiple occasions. Now
I
before
won't,
killing
I
the boss, he
promise.
reminds us one last time. Please don't touch anything. There's these 4 shrines, and it's vital that you guys don't activate any of them. Let me handle this part. I'm like, geez, does he think we're stupid or something?
Wait, the healer has 0 mana when they pull. The priest like was rebuffing or something. They have no mana. Bro, Kelleris is so scary now after playing Sod. Like I'm afraid he's gonna wipe everyone, but this Kelleris isn't bad at all.
But as it turns out,
Oh, no mana
this man
necessary.
just had a comprehensive understanding of the spectrum of intelligence you may encounter in this game. Allow me to walk you through our effective communications right after we kill the boss. I need 1 more pendant. Okay, so we don't touch anything. Well, still good pants for you. Menacingly walking towards the 4 shrines in silence. Fuck's sake. No one move. What now? Need 1 more pendant. Don't click anything. Need 1 pendant. Already? I need 2. I need 2. Don't click anything. Starts activating all 4 altars at once. Stop! What the fuck did I say? Book head. Oh, we can't just press him? Oh, White, ready? Fuck, man. Now, we could have fought one horde of mobs at a time, but due to Hrothgar's mutiny, we were now facing 4. Needless to say, they wiped the floor with us, and we had to walk the damn pilgrimage yet again. After calling Hrothgar a donkey and a daydreamer, Bad Effort informs us that he had to go due to urgent matters in real life. At 1 AM, we didn't really believe him, so we told him to suck it up and smoke through it. In the words of the donkey daydreamer himself, ah well, I can admit when I screwed up. I'm sorry there.
See, that's what I love about Classic. It's just a community. I'm gonna post this interaction to the WoW Classic subreddit.
When we then make it to the temple, we face the unforeseen consequences of Hrothgar's actions. Every elite mob we summoned are clumped up in the same spot.
Do you guys really buy that that was an accident? There's no way. Oh man, whoops. Like, there's no way. There's no way.
Making it impossible for us to fight them one at a time. We have to kill them if we want to make it to the final boss. One guy has to fucking go, so I make the executive decision to pull all the mobs, somehow, and I really don't know how. We perfectly executed optimal teamwork. We all focus the right mobs in the right order, keep the aggro perfectly split between the 2 tanks, and we kill every single mob without anyone dying. Which opens the door to the ancient gods. As the final foe, Akamai, stands before us, I do what I do best. With a spring in my step, a glint in my eye, and a fire in my belly, I ruin everything because I'm not very talented. Zippin was tanking, everything was going smooth until our healer ran out of mana. Zippin's health started falling dangerously low. Akamai blocks my mocking blow, so he keeps attacking Zippin. I don't taunt the boss because I don't use defensive stance, and I forgot that I even had challenging shout. I don't think much of it, I mean, we've pretty much killed him already. Then, Akamai enrages and starts quickly chunking Zippin's health. As I ponder which ability to use, I remember that I have challenging shout. Unfortunately, I opt to click on demoralizing shout, proving that I really don't know what the fuck I'm doing in this game. Within a 15-second time frame, Zippin dies. I die. Our healer dies. And finally, Dazar fell too, leaving everything up to Hrothgar, the man with a lukewarm IQ.
Go, Hrothgar! Oh, go on, Hroth! Go, go, go! Go! Get out!
On his last attack, he actually manages to fucking do it, only to be taken down by one of the smaller mobs seconds later. His last words? Damn you, turtle.
And now they have to run all the way back. Oh no, the loot did come up. Okay.
Akamai drops a belt that none of us can really use and you leave the party. But you won't believe what heretical thing happened next. Week. On Swakwick, this bizarre adventure.
Oh, that's it? It's already over! That was beautiful. That was beautiful. I like the maybe. To be continued. Maybe, depending on how many people actually enjoy the content in the series. Oh, that's so good. Man, I love watching noobs play WoW. It is really, 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 really entertaining to see an actual just noob group through BFD wiping. I feel like that fork had to be on purpose. I have a video that like that last scene. Your channel is eligible. Unlock a new way to earn money with memberships. Not now. I'm streaming on Twitch. What was I saying? Okay, so the last scene of the paladin killing Akamai reminds me of our guild's first High King Mulgar. Is that the name? This is me 16 years ago. Our first High King Mulgar down ever. I was a paladin. I've shown this video before, but it's been a long time. My guild says to just spam rank 1 flash heal on the tank, and I was a good listener, so that's all I did. I spammed rank 1 flash heal only on the tank, and that's pretty much it. Okay. Fast forward 2 minutes, like many people have died. I'm still spamming rank 1 flash heal on the tank. Fast forward many more minutes. I'm still spamming flash 1, okay. fast forward even more minutes, and here we are. Half of our raid's dead. I'm still spamming on the tank, as I was told. Fast forward many more minutes, and the majority of our raid's dead, and I'm still spamming flash heal on the tank. And oh yeah, I'm actually doing bigger flash heals now. And High King at this point is down to like 5%, I think. Yeah, look, he's at literally 5% life, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players up, it looks like. Let's fast forward like another minute, we have even less. Another minute, we have even less. This was our first kill ever. We were wiping on this for weeks, by the way. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 players. 8 players remain. Unless these are 2 more. No, I think these are just the tank frames of these 2 guys. Yeah, they are. 8 players against High King. I throw a hammer at him for 800 damage. I get aggro. And do I have bubble? Do I have bubble? Oh, I do bubble. Okay, nice. So I bubble up and hammer over out. This was the point in the video that reminded me of the clutch. Of the Paladin clutch right here. Except in my story, well, no spoilers. We'll let the rest play out here. High King Mulgar's at literal 1%. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players up. I get aggro. And I die. 6 players alive. I did not clutch it for our squad today. 6 players up, and everyone's spamming to kill it. Just kill him, OMG. 5 players up. Everyone was so stoked, man. Mainly, it looks like I was stoked. I was the one spamming the raid chat. I was like 12 years old, man. I was so excited on that kill. And now I'm 30 years old, and I'm still pretty excited on that kill. That was clean, baby! Yeah. Information. That was that. Without further ado, Swakwikdus. Swakwikdus? Am I saying that right? I don't know. Episode 4 from Uber Danger. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Open door in 5, 4. Now. Oh, fuck, let me in. No. Oh, fucking bastard. Fucking scum. You horde scum. Just fucking let me in. Let me in. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Ah, I'm in.
Oh, nice.
Woo. So, you're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Well, last time, our hero fought bravely to overcome harsh perils and tough times, completing Black Fathom Deeps in Ashenvale and flying off into the distance. So how did I end up storming Scarlet Monastery, a dungeon way above my pay grade, wielding an extremely powerful weapon, with a group of gnomes, one of which I hold a lifelong grudge towards, who through a series of events I'll explain later, ended up unequipping all his armor to sit down and enjoy a regular day in World of Warcraft.
Not the naked gnomes again.
And then, the Fire Nation attacked.
I miss Avatar, man.
I'll have you know I've gone through much peril to bring you this video. The Deathmold saga has finally come to a close as they've yet again declared my apartment legally fit for human life. I'll admit it, it was my fault. I should have refrained from chopping that milk in half with an axe years ago, but there's no use in crying over spilled milk. What's important is focus. The who, what, when, and the where.
Dude, I had a similar issue with mold in an apartment. I had mold and they came and look at it and they're like, oh yeah, that's fine. I'm like, what do you mean that's fine? It's mold, like it's in the damn walls. What are we talking about? So I ended up moving out. That was like, I forgot the memory unlocked. That was like 8 years ago or something, but chopping milk? What are we, Uber, what's going on here?
I traveled from Ashenvale to Duskwood, exploring a new land in search of quests. You see, I had to get to level 30 to execute Order 66, or as it's referred to by the WoW community, absolutely ruining our game. But I digress. In my time there, I killed foul ghouls and scary skeletons. I met a man who through a very advanced form of schizophrenia was actually 5 people, 4 of which were buffing his conscious self. I got enriched by the local culture and killed a mage in his own bed. Completely honorless, but also something he'd never expect. Found a mob spawned inside of a wall, fucking unplayable 15-year-old trash game. Became acquainted with what the locals refer to as the situation. And I made an enemy who I harbor great negative emotions towards. I saw a bunch of people posting in the chat about this one rogue who was just terrorizing this relatively low leveling area. When he finally got to me, I couldn't believe it. It was Sindolf, bastard. The same fucking guy from way back then.
Oh, Sindolf, what the hell?
Getting ganked by a rogue in WoW is truly falling victim to one of the classic blunders. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and I'll advertise the creation of a mob to hunt you down.
Nice.
All Horde players are just people that had awful parenting, and it was time to cleanse Darkwood of this evil. We used a formation that's in American football referred to as the Dirty Gremlin. We split up in three directions from where the rogue was last seen, and all act as bait. When the child in need of a proper father figure can't retain his misplaced